Hello and welcome. I'd like to call the regular meeting of the Orange County Board of Education to order. Drew, can you call roll?
Trustee Valdez?
Here.
Trustee Sparks?
Here.
Trustee Shaw?
Here.
Trustee Williams?
Present.
Trustee Barkey? Here.
Thank you. So we have the agenda for the regular meeting of March 6, 2024. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. So approval of the minutes from February 7th, 2024.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, public comments. Renee, are there any comments regarding closed session items?
Not at this time.
Thank you. So at this time, the board will go into closed session, and I'll read this out. Consultation with Deputy Superintendent of Operations regarding security of public buildings per Government Code Section 54957A. Then we will also have interdistrict appeal hearing, Capistrano Unified District versus to Saddleback Valley Unified School District, and closed sessions 1 through 3 with counsel for litigation purposes. Okay.
All right. So.
Good evening, everybody. Great to see so many of you here. Welcome. We will reconvene and come back into open session. Forgive us for being a few minutes late. We had a closed session running a little long, but it's great to have you. So we are going to begin, as always, with our invocation. Pastor Craig Hill, are you here? Please.
Let's bow together. Our great God, we come this afternoon in a room where authority is duly exercised, where decisions are rightly made for our county's educational system. For this reason, we think it's appropriate and right that we begin in a posture of humility, recognizing that the many things we have to be thankful for in our lives and in this community are the result ultimately of your graciousness to us. We pray for board members Valdez, Barkey, Williams, Shaw, and Sparks, Superintendent Mijares, that they would love what is true, what is beautiful, and what is good, and that their decisions would promote student thriving in our schools. Grant them the wisdom necessary to make the decisions they must. We also come and pray for our students as they navigate the many challenges of learning and growing up in our digital and distracted age. We have many things in our minds as we come into this chamber. We're reminded of our political divides that exist in our communities, and we come to ask that you would open our eyes to the humanity of our rivals and build in us a compassion for each other that transcends politics. Finally, we ask you, our great God, that we might honor you in this chamber today as we pause and recognize the overwhelming value of each student, each parent, each teacher, each administrator in the County of Orange, and that comments from tonight's contributors and board members would honor the inherent human dignity of every person here today, regardless of their position on any matter. And I pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. So thank you, Pastor Hill. I should have mentioned of the Taft Avenue Community Church, a beautiful invocation. We'll now be led, I believe we have a student, Veda Hurtado. Veda. All right. Hold the mic down there.
Place your right hand over your heart and face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job. Thank you. You did great. Okay. Wonderful. Well, okay, Renee, do we have any introductions?
We have none this evening.
Okay. So move on to presentations. Trustee Valdez, I know you asked for items number 2 and 3.
Thank you, Mr. President Shaw. So little background on this. I was at the Santa Ana Mayor's prayer breakfast a few months ago, and I had the distinct pleasure and honor to be seated at the same table with Chief James Henry, the Santa Ana Fire Chief, and we got to talking over breakfast, and I felt that it would be good and interesting to have him and his assistant come down and do a presentation for us on fire safety, specifically fire safety in schools. I think that's a subject that we don't think about, but there's a lot there. So I've asked the chief to come down. So that's how this agenda item got to the agenda. So with that, I'd like to introduce our Santa Ana Fire Chief, Chief James Henry, who began his career in the fire service in 1984 as a reserve firefighter with the Santa Ana Fire Department. Over the years, he has held various positions, including firefighter, paramedic, apparatus operator, captain, training officer, public information officer, hazardous materials specialist, incident command system and technical rescue instructor, and a member of the Urban Search and Rescue Team, CAT F5. In 2006, he was promoted to serve as battalion chief, and as of 2019, he holds the position of division chief, serving as the area fire chief for Santa Ana. Our mission, he says, is to proudly serve the changing needs of our communities by providing exceptional emergency and support services. We pledge a commitment to preserving the quality of life of the communities we serve. Our motto is in service of others. His assistant, Fire Marshal Juan Huerta, is also here. Juan was born and raised in Santa Ana. Juan attended Santa Ana College, where he graduated with an associate degree in liberal arts. Upon graduation from Santa Ana College, he transferred to Cal State Fullerton, where he graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in kinesiology. Juan began working for the Office of the Orange County District Attorney in 2006. In 2016, he decided on a career change and joined the Orange County Fire Authority. During this time with OCFA, he promoted through the ranks and now is in his current role as Assistant Fire Marshal in the city of Santa Ana. Juan welcomes all opportunities to interact with the public. I would ask everyone to give a hand of applause to our Santa Ana Fire Chief and his Assistant Marshal.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. I wanted to, thank everybody for this opportunity and let you know that the Orange County Fire Authority serves 23 cities within the county, as well as all the unincorporated jurisdictions, as well, as I'm sure you're familiar with. So if you guys have questions about any of our services, orangecountyfireauthority.org or ocfa.org has a tremendous amount of information for educators as well as students about fire safety and all kinds of safety, right? Bicycle helmets, e-bikes that are out there now, drowning prevention and all of that, as well as home safety tips and home hardening, depending on where you work and where you live, and how to stay safe at work and all of that, and what to do for earthquakes and a myriad of other issues. Because really, people think of the fire service as just, fire, but we do everything. So we're all risk. And so thank you for that. Lastly, I'd like to also welcome my assistant fire marshal, right-hand person. He handles any technical questions, and really the goal of this mission today is to kind of give an idea of what we look for when we build a school, as well as what we want the schools to do on an annual basis, and making sure they do fire drills and duck and cover and secure our students and keep them well. Okay, so let's see, I'm just going to hit this button next, right? So as I said earlier, right, our mission, right, is really to serve the community in all capacities. And really, our value statement is in the service of others. So we conduct annual fire inspections, right, of our schools on a daily, on a yearly basis. And this is mandated by the California Health and Safety Code. And as you know, that's everything from private schools, charter schools, public schools, from entry level all the way to high school. The things that we look for, right, are really about three different things. Accessibility, right? Can we get our resources there should there be an emergency? So we always need to make sure that our access is available to us, making sure that we've got gates that have locks on it so that we can get there, because emergencies just don't always happen during the business hours. And then the other thing that we look for, right, is water. Making sure the fire protection systems are working, sprinklers, alarm systems, all of those kinds of devices that give the students an opportunity to evacuate the school, but also give early warning so that we can get there as quickly as possible. Exiting. A lot of times, right, we see that, schools are struggling with maintaining exit access. Now, we know that we live in a world, right, where at times it can be violent, and so we understand that there's times when school doors have to be locked, right, in an effort. But what we're really asking for is making sure that the students can leave the classroom, leave the building from the inside, making sure you have the appropriate exit hardware, panic hardware, and all of that, as well as maintaining school security. We ask that you do at least one, or two, fire drills a year, right? So that you can practice, because the one thing that we know is that people tend to leave the same way they come into a building. So if we had an emergency today, I would guarantee you the majority of people would go out that way, even though the quickest way out of that building is right behind you. And so by practicing exit, drills and practicing, student exercises like that, it gives us the other thing. The other thing that we really want the teachers and the administrative staff to do is when we get on scene at a school, the first thing that one of our company officers, one of our chief officers is going to say is everybody accounted for? If there's any hesitation that there isn't, that means now we're going to commit resources to locate those individuals. Whereas if we can get on scene, right, and we're assured that, that we believe everybody's accounted for, then we can then focus all of our resources to managing the problem, as opposed to having to search. Making sure your exit ways are not blocked, making sure that your doors have all the systems that work, make sure your exit ways are lighted, are all part of that process to make sure that your people can exit, in times of peril. Sprinkler systems. Most sprinkler systems have a 5-year, life when you have to, test the systems. And so on top of that, systems should be evaluated every year. That includes your fire hood systems in your cafeterias, your fire extinguishers, your alarm systems, and all of that. Most schools have 2 types of alarm systems. You'll have local monitoring, where there'll be a bell or an alarm that'll go off, and then remote monitoring that'll occur outside of that. So making sure that, 1, you have the information, 2, you know how to get to the alarm system, because a lot of times we'll get an alarm for smoke in a building. Well, a lot of your facilities are very large. So if you have somebody that can take us to the alarm room, helps us identify where we need to focus our efforts when we get there. And that pretty much covers it. Short and sweet, to the point, right? I'll take any questions if you have any from the board here.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions?
Did I miss
Wonderful.
anything, sir?
No, I just want to add one thing.
Thank you. See, that's why I brought him, see? You always got to have the right people with you, right? That's exactly it.
Now, one of the things that we really try to push, whether it's our operational folks doing the inspections or our what we call professional folks, our fire inspectors that do these inspections, is typically we try to provide some education. There's a lot of times where we say, this is a letter of the code, this is a letter of the law, but then we also want to say, this is the intent of that code. So we try to work a lot with our school districts, with our schools, whether it's a facilities person or a custodian. And, a lot of times these schools have different specific issues that are unique to that specific school, whether it's missing fire extinguishers, whether it's manual pull stations that are getting activated. We try to work with schools as far as still meeting the intent of the code, but working with them as far as how can we prevent these things from happening. So I just wanted to add that piece.
Wonderful. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay.
Thank you so much for coming down, Chief.
Item number 3, recognition of Lori Tristan. Did I say that right? Yes. Sorry, Tristan. All right. California School Counselor of the Year by the American School Counselor Association. Trustee Valdez also asked for this item.
So, President Shaw, this one came to me in an email. I think many people think we don't read the emails that we get. I read all of them.
Good and bad.
And I thought it was appropriate to, in light of the recent award that Lori received, it was appropriate to bring her down and do a recognition of her down here at one of our meetings. So I asked her to come down. So let me read a little introduction of her. Lori Tristan is a passionate advocate for students and dedicated proponent of the school counseling profession. With over 26 years of service as a middle school counselor in her hometown of Santa Ana, California, Lori demonstrates a deep understanding of her community's needs, supporting students to overcome obstacles and fulfill their aspirations. Throughout her career, Lori has exhibited steadfast commitment to student advocacy and the advancement of school counseling, holding leadership roles within the California Association of School Counselors, serving as a board of director in her District Educators Association, and offering mentorship to both students and aspiring counselors. Lori has consistently championed the cause of educational excellence. Lori was named the 2023 California School Counselor of the Year and was recently recognized in Washington, D.C. by the American School Counselor Association. She was also honored as the Orange County Counselor of the Year in 2021 and received the Woman of the Year award from Congressman Lou Correa in 2019. Lori earned her Bachelor of Arts degree from UCLA and her Master of Science degree from Cal State Fullerton. She continues to reside in her hometown of Santa Ana, where she enjoys spending time with her family, husband, and her 2 sons. I would ask everyone to give a round of applause to Lori Tristan.
I think we're going to do a picture.
One second, please.
All right. Wasn't prepared for speaking, but I would just like to say thank you so much, Trustee Valdez and the OCDE board for having me this evening. If you went to high school when I did back in the 80s, I'm going to date myself, and even the 90s, school counselors were more like a guidance role. And so over the years, we've evolved into school counselors to where we work with all students. We support students' academic, social, emotional, and college and career needs. And so it's my honor to kind of have my life worth and career be dedicated to students. I've worked with middle school students all my life, as Trustee Valdez said, and it is in my hometown of Santa Ana. I'm a product of Santa Ana as well. So just super excited to be part of this opportunity, and thank you so much. And I do want to thank my family for being here, my parents, my husband, and my brother and his wonderful family as well, and my colleague who's here this evening too. So thank you so much.
Great.
Lori, I'd like to thank you for all the work you've done with the students of Orange County over the years. Deeply appreciated.
Wonderful. Okay, we will proceed to public comments. How are we looking, Dr. Sparks?
Well, we're good. And we can just remind them.
Oh, sorry.
Is this good? Yeah,
Can
okay.
we just remind them to use the podium?
Yes, I would remind you all to use the podium back here. This is for our public comments. We have three, I know, sorry. We have three speakers, a few we're familiar with. I'll call you in order. First, we have Wendy Eklund. Yep. Followed by, on deck would be Heidi Landgraf. And I may as well say the third, Stephen Smith will be third. You're up.
Hi. Okay. Hello, members of the Orange County Board of Education. I want to express our heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support in authorizing our charter and enabling Suncoast Preparatory Academy to serve homeschool families in our community. Your foresight and commitment to alternative education models have made it possible for us to thrive. Our family's desire to partner with our public school and credentialed teachers speaks volumes about the trust they place in our institution. This partnership has been instrumental in fostering a relationship-focused school culture where collaboration between families and educators is paramount. I'm thrilled to share some of our accomplishments made possible through your support. We've significantly increased professional development opportunities for our staff and teachers, focusing on skills that empower our parents and non-classroom-based students. Our Parent Academy has flourished, providing invaluable support and resources to our home educators. Additionally, our efforts to enhance family engagement have yielded remarkable results, with 70% of our families actively participating on our Suncoast Social Community app and a remarkable 90% response rate on all of our family engagement surveys. Your continued support has been instrumental in our success, and we are deeply grateful for the opportunity to partner with you in shaping a brighter future for all of our children in Orange County. Thank you.
Thank you. Heidi Langoff is up, and on deck would be Stephen Smith.
Thank you. I have been with Suncoast for the last 3 years, and I'm so grateful to witness the incredible transformation of our school. We have in place amazing leadership, team building opportunities, a parent academy, just like Wendy just mentioned, an online group to support networking and build community, countless online classes offered by teachers, a dynamic SPED team, a yearbook club involving our students grades 5th and higher, and I personally offer in-person classes to build entrepreneur skills, a weekly hiking and nature club, as well as teach film and theater. This year, my students are even taking part in producing a short film of Heidi, not because of my name. All of this would not be possible without the support of our families, believing in our school and offering this learning model to meet their unique and individual families' needs. Thank you so much, esteemed school board members, for your continued support.
Thank you. Stephen, you're up.
Good evening. How are you? There are no regulations on the amount of money that a single donor can give to a candidate for the Board of Trustees of Orange County. Hard to believe. Contributions to your campaigns and the effects on your decisions, that's my topic for tonight. There were 2 recent articles on this subject in 2 online newsletters. I did some research. Here's what I found. I estimate that the total donations for trustees Williams, Shaw, and Valdez combined were $596,000 for their campaigns. $387,000 came from political action committees, 63%. For one of you, PAC money was a whopping 74%. Your competition raised $244,000, only 41% as much as you raised. Granted, they also received PAC money. One of the online articles is headlined, Orange County's Wild West Campaign Finance, the Board of Education. The article states that while there are no limits to donating to the campaign of a trustee, there are for the superintendent. It's a mere $5,500. At $5,500 to Williams, Valdez, and Shaw, the total is only $16,500. One charter school PAC donated a total of $158,000 to your campaigns. Talk about charter school influence. At least one of you is aware of this limitation, that there is a no limitation rule. To quote Trustee Barkey, my understanding is that we have no limits. I think that's unusual. The article further states that you, the Board of Trustees, have the power to set limits. My view is that you have to make the unusual usual. To rectify your problems, you could just match the superintendent's limit of $5,500. That's a fairly simple one. You could huddle in your closed-door session meetings with Attorney Rowland. His law firm could study the problem. You could spend a lot of money, taxpayer money, on studying this issue. Or here's my favorite. Trustee and college professor Shaw could ask his political science students in the classes you teach to study the problem, develop solutions, and perhaps come to a board meeting and offer suggestions of what you should do. You have the courage, you need to have the courage and the commitment to do the right thing and fix this problem. I trust that you can and will. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We will proceed to the consent calendar. Items 4 through 7. Would anyone like to pull an item from the consent calendar? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I so moved.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Moved by Trustee Barkey, seconded by Vice President Sparks. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We'll go to item number 8, charter submissions. Renee, are there any new charter submissions?
Yes, you have Tustin International Charter School has submitted a petition The public hearing for that will be on April 3rd and board action on June 5th. And so you have those, I think those binders were delivered to you
They were,
actually.
yes,
So,
in beautiful purple binders. Loved it.
and you didn't have to carry them, which is even nicer, right?
Wonderful. Item number 9, charter school public hearing. Magnolia Science Academy, Orange County, Magnolia Science Academy, Orange County. Araceli Chastain, would you please lead us off?
Good evening, President Shaw and trustees. Today, the board will hold a hearing to consider public input regarding the Magnolia Science Academy Orange County countywide charter petition, which was submitted on January 31st. The charter school proposes to operate a classroom-based, I don't want to remove this, a classroom-based program serving students TK through grade 12. The charter petitioner notified 4 school districts of their intent to open facilities: Irvine Unified, Orange Unified, Placentia Yorba Linda Unified, and Saddleback Valley Unified. Before public comments, representatives from the charter school are allotted 15 minutes to address the board. I now call representatives from Magnolia Science Academy, Orange County to the podium.
You guys are popular.
Good evening, Board Chair Shaw, distinguished board members, and entire community here. My name is Alfredo Rubalcaba. I am the proud Chief Executive Officer and Superintendent of Magnolia Public Schools. I'm also a founding teacher of our first ever Magnolia Science Academy 1, which was opened in 2002. Lastly, I'm the lead petitioner of Magnolia Science Academy, Orange County. Magnolia Public Schools' anchor values and pillars are excellence, innovation, and connection. And these pillars have driven us over 20+ years to success. I ask all of you in support of Magnolia Science Academy, Orange County to please stand up. Thank you. In 1997, a group of dedicated community members with backgrounds in a STEM education understood how vital it was for them to expose students to a rigorous STEM education, especially students in underinvested communities. This journey started as an after-school program partnership with many local communities in the San Fernando Valley, and eventually with the support of parents and community, turned into the opening of Magnolia Science Academy 1 in Reseda. When you read our mission and vision, visit our schools, and speak with our educational partners, what stands out are 3 critical components. Number 1, high quality, comprehensive college preparatory STEAM education. Number 2, serving the whole child and community through our community school model. And number 3, early college high school program that ensures that all students are ready for college, career, and beyond. And that our students have a firm understanding how they can contribute to the world as global citizens. I have witnessed our success over 20+ years, graduating 12 students in 2006 to just recently our 2,000th student. Next slide. The Magnolia Way represents a dynamic approach to education. High quality STEAM education, number 1. 2, early college education programs, and number 3, integration as a community school model. Our curricular instructional design is focused on hands-on learning, integrated, engaged, and experiential learning. In other words, student-centered learning that has our students being active learners in the classroom. It also encompasses enriched learning with expanded learning opportunities, advanced learning opportunities, including before and after school programs, STEAM contests, competitions, excursions. Lastly, Saturday, summer, winter, and spring sessions or academies. This fosters a comprehensive educational experience. Early college education features dual enrollment and college access pathways, preparing students for higher education from an early stage. We support students to and through college. College attainment is our North Star. Partnerships with the LA Community College District, Rancho Santiago Community College District, and future partnerships with all the remaining college districts, CSUs, and UCs in Orange counties. Partnerships with STEAM organizations that give our students real-life opportunities and experiences. As a community school, through the Community Schools Implementation Grant, we ensure a holistic educational environment that supports not only academic excellence, but also the well-being and diverse needs of our students and their families. At Magnolia Public Schools, diverse learners are at the core of what we do. We're committed to creating an educational space where every student, especially those from underserved communities, feel seen and supported. Our dedication extends to providing specialized support for our students with diverse needs, including our English language learners and students with disabilities. By adapting our teaching methods and resources to meet the various needs, we ensure that every student has the opportunity to succeed and thrive in our community and beyond. Now I focus my attention on some of our data that we are super proud of. Our A through G completion and graduation rates. Magnolia Science Academy Santa Ana Pirates, currently our only school located in Orange County, achieved a 2023 graduation rate of 100% and 100% A through G completion rate, 14 percentage points higher than the state average of 86. Magnolia Public Schools was 9 percentage points higher. MSA Santa Ana nearly doubled the A through G rate across California at 52% and was 48 percentage points higher than the state. We've also broken it down by our subgroup data: socioeconomically disadvantaged students, Hispanic, Latino students, English language learners, and students with disabilities. We're extremely proud of our data, especially with this group of students. Further evidence that supports MPS's mission and vision is being fulfilled. Last Thursday, we were informed that 2 of our schools were recognized as 2024 California Distinguished Schools: Magnolia Science Academy San Diego Wizards and Magnolia Science Academy 2 Valley Mustangs. Across Magnolia, 95% of seniors accepted to a 4-year or 2-year college. Magnolia Science Academy Santa Ana, number 7th ranking in Orange County by U.S. News World Report. Magnolia Science Academy Santa Ana, overall ranking in California by U.S. News and World Report. Across Magnolia, 96.5 UC-CSU readiness. Across Magnolia, 95% graduation rate. According to the 2023 dashboard, 67% of our students are college and career ready. And based on the 2019, there's a typo, 2019, our 68% of our students have a very high college going rate. This one is one of the reasons we opened Magnolia, and we continue to push with a lot of intensity and vigor. STEM degree pursuit, females, class of 2015-2018, nationwide versus MPS. Female Magnolia alumni were 54% more likely to graduate from a STEM field than their non-Magnolia peers. The next graph, again, STEM degree pursuit, class of 2015 to 2018. Magnolia alumni were 22 more likely to graduate from a STEM field than their non-Magnolia peers. Here we illustrate a short list of some of the CSUs, UCs, and prestigious STEM universities that our students have attended and completed their education in. During public comment, you will hear from some alumni about their college experience and our education partners regarding their experience at Magnolia Public Schools. Orange County has great schools across multiple districts, but there is still a need for more parent choice. There's still a need for programs at Magnolia that get students ready for college and get students to complete college and get students, especially underinvested students, to follow their passion with a degree in STEM or any other program that they would like. Magnolia Science Academy, Orange County, TK through 12 countywide charter is going to meet that need and continue to support the Orange County community. I ask for your support of our petition, and now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Maria Rael, who will continue the presentation and give a glimpse of what happens in Santa Ana.
Thank you. Okay. Hello, distinguished board members and President Shaw. My name is Dr. Maria Rao, and I'm a founding elementary teacher at Magnolia Science Academy, Santa Ana, when we opened our doors in 2016. I am born and raised in the OC, growing up in Anaheim, attending local primary schools, and graduating from Loera High School. At Magnolia, they've given me the opportunity to ensure a growth mindset, both professionally and personally. I've been able to obtain not only a master's degree, but a doctorate in education in one fell swoop, all being a wife and a mother of 2 school-aged boys. At Magnolia, we specialize in building and instilling not only an academic, but behavioral and social-emotional foundation. As we focus on the seamless transition of students from TK to 12th grade, it becomes imperative to establish a robust vertical alignment. Diversity is at the heart of our community, with a total minority enrollment of 94%. We celebrate the rich tapestries of cultures that make us stronger together. Moreover, we recognize that education is the key to breaking down barriers, with 81% of our students coming from historically underinvested communities. Next slide. I stand before you today to emphasize the paramount importance of innovation and fostering strong teacher collaboration within the Magnolia Public Schools and our local professional learning communities. In pursuit of this innovation, we must acknowledge the power that lies in our universal design for learning, differentiated instruction, and data-driven personalization with learning targets and expanded learning opportunities. Vital avenues for collaboration is our participation in Relay Schools, MTSS, and SEL. The partnership with Relay, or In Common Schools, offers our administrators cutting-edge coaching and mentoring techniques that support our dedicated teachers. Our strong MTSS and SEL partnerships that actually already exist here at OCDE have led to our staff's continuous professional development. Next slide. Our key elements of high-quality instruction that not only differentiate and enhance the learning, but also foster a dynamic educational environment. We conduct 3 unique instructional rounds annually with our home office representatives and ensure that classrooms are rich in academic rigor, discourse, and combine an element of blended learning like face-to-face instruction with online tools, which creates a flexible yet personalized learning experience. It is crucial to address the diverse needs of our English learners. Our commitment to providing high-quality instruction extends to the implementation and seamless designated and integrated EL support that we offer. This involves not only recognizing the unique challenges that ELs face, but also proactively integrating strategies that exemplify the SEDAI and CHATS framework. By incorporating Realia, graphic organizers, and hands-on activities, we make academic content accessible and meaningful to all our students. In every classroom, students will engage in listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Next slide. As we stand on the threshold of the future, it is critical to equip ourselves with the skills and knowledge that will propel us forward. Our college STEAM preparation program, specifically our early college initiative, like our dual enrollment, allows students the ability to enroll starting the summer of their 8th grade year into college courses and simultaneously complete the A through G requirements. Imagine students delving into the intricacies of computer science, where they learn to code, problem solve, and innovate in a digital landscape that shapes our world. Picture the budding artists exploring the limitless realms in the art courses, honing their skills to communicate ideas both visually and impactfully. That's not all. We're also proud to introduce our career and technical education and STEM pathways. These pathways allow students to explore real-world applications of their interest, whether it's in healthcare, business, or in engineering fields. It's about preparing our students not just for college, but for the careers of tomorrow. Next slide. Our community schools and the impactful partnerships that have transformed our educational landscape is known as our connection. Our collaboration with First 5 California has been nothing short of extraordinary, and we join forces to foster early development from the critical age of 0 to 5. Furthermore, our commitment to education extends beyond the classroom, with valuable partnerships such as PBS SoCal and UPK here at OCDE. These together bring diverse resources and expertise to our students, creating an enriched learning environment that goes beyond traditional boundaries. Our dedicated teachers are leading the charge in our strong clubs and tutoring programs before and after school that we offer from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Our Saturday School initiative has been a resounding success, offering a range of enrichment classes like robotics, math counts. Next slide. Sorry. Okay. About to wind up, yes. I'm filled with the immense pride to share our remarkable achievements that Magnolia Science Academy has ranked not only 49th in the state of California, but number 7 in OC of our high schools per U.S. News. Next slide, I just want to wrap up. That together as a community, we are shaping the future leaders and innovators of tomorrow. We thank you for your consideration and taking part in this incredible journey. Please allow us in opening an additional TK through 12th grade model here in Orange County under the guidance, esteemed leadership, and direction of not only Orange County Department of Ed, but you esteemed board members. Thank you for your time.
The hearing is now open for 15 minutes of public comments. Trustee Sparks, please call for the first speaker.
Yes, okay, so here's some ground rules because we have so many fabulous speakers. We want all of you to have a chance to speak. The allotted time for everyone is 15 minutes, so we're going to give each of you 1 minute, so we'll go a little bit over. But if you guys could work with us on that, that would be super helpful. That will give everyone a chance to say a few words, okay? So I'll call the first name and who's on deck, and we'll start it up. So first we have Gail Guevara, followed by Sarah Escobar. And you'll go to this mic back here is for public comment. There you go. Perfect.
That's good. Hi, my name is Gaio. Today I'm going to be talking about my awesome time at Magnolia Science Academy, Santa Ana. I am currently in the robotics and drama clubs. Because of all of these amazing programs, I want to become an engineer. It is a direct result of the awesome teachers and staff here. I think it is an amazing opportunity to have more Magnolias like us in the Orange County. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Amazing. Sarah and Anthony Caterio is on deck.
Can I start? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Sarai Estrada. I am currently a senior here at Magnolia Science Academy, Santa Ana, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the entire student body. My journey at Magnolia started when it first opened in 2016. I transferred from a public school to a charter school. Instantly, there was a great difference in the environment. Dr. Rao was actually my first teacher at Magnolia, and it's amazing to think that she is now the principal. It's incredible how time flies. Watching her grow and evolve as an educator has been a truly beautiful experience. Her dedication, passion, and leadership qualities have always inspired me, and I feel fortunate to have had her as my teacher and now as principal. I have no doubt doubt that under her guidance, Magnolia will continue to flourish and reach new heights of excellence. I went from being just another student to being part of a greater charter community that pushed me to achieve my full potential. From the moment I stepped foot on campus, I knew that this school was special. The teachers went above and beyond to help me reach my full potential, and their dedication to education is truly inspiring. Over 500 hours of community service has given me a sense of purpose and made me realize that I want to pursue a career in education as well. I have gained an invaluable experience working with diverse populations and understand the impact that quality educators can have on young minds. The unconditional support.
Your time is up. Actually, it went over. I guess it
Oh,
beeped
I'm sorry.
when people were clapping. Yes, but thank you. Your passion is amazing.
Okay,
thank you. So Anthony's up, and Lourdes Mejia is on deck.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Herrera. I'm currently a senior at Magnolia Science Academy, Santa Ana. I'm happy to talk about all the excellent things this school has to offer. At our school, students are provided with a diverse range of engaging academic programs, supportive teachers, and helpful peers. Overall, I know this school is an exceptional place for students to flourish and prepare for a successful future. There are a lot of supportive teachers and staff that go out of their way to help those who need it. Our school has turned into a big family where we can all count on each other. During my time at Magnolia, I have been exposed to experiences that have now positively influenced my passion and desire to teach and help others. Although it can be daunting being the first in my family to graduate high school and pursue higher education, I feel an obligation to my mom, who has sacrificed everything for me to achieve more than we ever thought. My time spent assisting and supporting as a teacher aide through my high school career has been one that will always motivate me to positively influence the next generation. I see myself in a lot of the young students I help, and it motivates me to continue being an example as I move forward towards my dream of being an educator. In conclusion, our school is committed to creating a positive, engaging atmosphere where our dreams are never too high and our goals are never out of reach.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, were you Lourdes, or were you Anthony or Lourdes?
I'm Anthony.
You're Anthony. Okay, so you're Lourdes. And then Veronica's on deck. Sorry. Go ahead.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Lourdes Mejía, madre de 3 estudiantes de Magnolia en los grados kinder, segundo y quinto grado.
Good morning. Good evening. My name is Lourdes Mejia. I am a mom of 3 students from Magnolia. They are in kindergarten, in 2nd grade, and in 5th grade.
Me gusta la escuela Magnolia porque tienen grados desde TK hasta el 12. Así mis hijos podrán terminar todos los estudios ahí mismo. Y lo más importante es que tienen muchos programas para los estudiantes como robótica, drama, deportes y otros clubs donde les ayudan a aprender más.
I really like Magnolia because they have grades since TK and into 12th grade. This way, my children can go through all the studies in the same place. And more importantly is that they have a lot of programs for students like robotics, drama, sports, and other clubs that they are helping them to learn more.
También nos brindan programas para padres donde nos dan la oportunidad de que nuestros hijos nos enseñen todo lo que han aprendido.
Yeah, they also have parent programs where all our kids can share with us the things that they have learned.
Y es así como podemos tener una buena conexión positiva con ellos y les demostramos nuestro apoyo motivándolos a ser cada día mejor y que puedan lograr todas sus metas.
In addition to this, they offer programs for parents, and this way we can have a positive connection with our kids. We are demonstrating all our support, motivating them, and making them every day better. This way they can accomplish their goals.
Gracias a los directores por siempre tener sus puertas abiertas cuando tenemos alguna inquietud o sugerencias para mejorar la escuela. Es muy confortable saber que ellos nos escuchan a cualquier hora del día, dentro y fuera de las horas de trabajo.
I also want to give thanks to all the principals because they always have their doors open when we have any questions or suggestions to benefit the school.
Gracias. 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 Veronica Escobar is up and Luis Sanchez is on deck.
Okay. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Verónica Escobar. Tengo 2 hijas en esta escuela, una en el 12 grado y otra en el 4º grado.
Good afternoon. My name is Verónica Escobar. I have 2 girls in this school. One is in 12th grade and the other one is in 4th grade.
Estoy orgullosa de pertenecer a la familia Magnolia. Yo he estado en esta escuela desde que se abrió en el 2016.
I am very proud to belong to the Magnolia family. I have been in this school since they opened their doors in 2016.
Yo he estado muy involucrada en esta escuela como voluntaria y en este momento estoy encargada como mamá voluntaria en la área de los deportes.
I have been very involved in this school, and at the moment, I am in charge of all the sports in schools.
Yo he visto el desarrollo y logros positivos durante todos estos años, el crecimiento en todos los aspectos.
I have seen firsthand all the development and the positive achievements during all these years. I also seen the growth, and this is one of the reasons why.
Es por eso que yo apoyo y pido el apoyo de todos ustedes para la expansión de estas escuelas que son de gran ayuda para toda la comunidad.
And this is one of the reasons why I'm requesting the support of all of you so we can expand these schools that they are from great help for the community.
Viendo todos los logros y progresos de mi hija Saraí, que quiere ser maestra, sé que lo logrará con toda la ayuda que ha tenido en esta escuela.
Seeing all the improvements of my daughter Sarai telling me that she wants to be a teacher, I know that she's going to accomplish this with the help that she has had in the school.
Porque en esta escuela la han preparado muy bien para la universidad.
Because at this school, she has been very well prepared to go to college.
Ella ha aplicado para 9 escuelas y la han aceptado en 6 y estamos esperando en 3 más.
She applied for 9 schools and she has been accepted in 6 schools, so we are waiting for the rest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Luisa Sanchez and Nicole Vasquez is on deck.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Luisa Sánchez. Tengo 2 hijas en la escuela Magnolia. Soy mamá de la escuela desde que inició en Santa Ana. Soy voluntaria y me gusta ayudar y regresar el apoyo que le ofrecen a mi familia.
Good afternoon. My name is Luisa Sanchez. I have 2 daughters in the Escuela Magnolia. I am the mom. I'm mom of this school since their inception in Santa Ana.
Algunas de las razones por las cuales escogí Magnolia son: no pusieron barreras basadas en el código postal. Es ideal para mí para los horarios entrada y salida. Es una escuela de TK al 12. La escuela es de la comunidad y los padres son aceptados para trabajar como voluntarios y dar decisiones para mejorar la escuela.
So one of the reasons why I chose Magnolia were, first, because they never put a barrier based on my zip code. Second, it is ideal because of the schedule for the beginning of school and dismissal time. Also because this school is TK through 12. It is a community school, and then parents are accepted and they can work as volunteers, and they can also make decisions to improve the school.
Mi hija mayor fue aceptada en 10 universidades. Creo que fue la escuela que hizo muy buen trabajo para ella.
My daughter has been accepted to 10 colleges, and I think this is part of the amazing job that the school have done.
La prepararon y le dieron las herramientas para su éxito. Ella tomó la decisión de irse a la Universidad UCA Berkeley.
So they prepared her and they gave her all the tools she needed for her success. She made the decision to go to UC Berkeley.
Su doble bachillerato es de biología y psicología. Como familia estamos sumamente orgullosas de ella, que es la primera en asistir en una universidad de prestigio.
So she decided to take 2 majors. One is going to be in biology and the other one in psychology. As a family, we are super proud because she's the first one to go to college, to a prestigious college.
Muchas gracias por su soporte. Gracias.
Thank you so much for your support.
Congratulations. Nicole Vasquez and Lubna Abdallah is on deck.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nicole Vasquez, and I am here. I fully support our mission and vision, and I support parent choice. I'm a 4th-generation resident of Orange County, and I've had the pleasure of working for Magnolia for almost 15 years. I've been an educator. I've worked in the home office as an ELD coordinator. I have always been treated with the utmost respect and like a professional. Just had a wonderful experience. I want to continue working here. I've been serving in Los Angeles and commuting for close to 15 years, and I would love to come home, and I serve my community through my church. I would love to serve my community through my role as an educator. I was hired as a founding teacher at the school in Bell. This was a challenging time for us, but what I saw in the city of Bell and what we did at our school was nothing short of miraculous and absolutely transformative. and one of the most inspiring moments of my life. Thank you.
Thank you. Lubna Agala, and on deck is Candace Zaka.
First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak today. As a secondary ELA teacher at Magnolia Science Academy, I can honestly say that our school has established itself as a guiding light to excellence in providing a private school-like setting that prioritizes academic achievement, ensures and promotes activities in supporting physical, emotional, and mental health awareness, as well as an emphasis on college preparedness and lifelong skills. Students have a sense of belonging, voice, and choice, and most importantly, they know to listen, especially students that I'm working with currently in student government. They listen, they hear what the students need, and they meet together, they collaborate, and they get to work. And as always, everyone in the community is included. The best part about Magnolia is the diversity and the ability of teachers to embrace student-centered instructions by empowering students to use their funds of knowledge and to actively participate in the learning process. Thank you.
Thank you. Candace, and on deck is Kevin Littlefield.
Good evening. I stand before you today in support of Magnolia Science Academy's petition to open up more schools in Orange County. I've been an educator at Magnolia in Santa Ana for 5 years, and over those years, I've witnessed our school become synonymous with educational innovation, excellence, and a steadfast commitment to student success. From our STEAM-inspired curriculum to our dedicated educators, we've touched the lives of countless students and families. In addition to the quality education we provide, equity and inclusion is at the forefront of our efforts, ensuring that all students, regardless of race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, or ability, feel valued, respected, and supported. By opening more schools under the banner of Magnolia Science Academy, we have the opportunity to extend the reach of our proven educational model to new communities and populations in need. Our schools will serve as beacons of hope, providing students with the tools, resources, and support they need to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally.
Thank you. Kevin is up, and then on deck is Michael Hahn.
Thank you. I love talking about the school. This is my 24th year teaching English, high school, middle school. This is my 8th year at Magnolia Santa Ana, and I love it because we're making an impact on the underserved. Now, when I heard a little while ago our high school's ranked number 7 in Orange County, I wonder how many of the schools in the top 10 are bordered on 3 sides by mobile home parks like we are. Something wonderful is happening at Magnolia Santa Ana. And I know that each one of you on the board is here because you love education. Take a good look at our school. Education is happening there. Our test scores are working. Our TK to 12th grade model is working. The PBIS is working. This is the very kind of school alternative that the students of Orange County desperately need. I urge you to allow us to open an expansion school. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael's up, followed by Fancy Oakton.
Esteemed members of the board, today I'd like to highlight Magnolia Science Academy's exceptional commitment to teacher leadership and professional development. Since joining the faculty in 2017, I personally benefited from the programs that cultivate a strong learning environment for both educators and students. Magnolia's tuition reimbursement program proved invaluable during my induction period. This financial support ensured I could focus on acquiring my clear credential and honing my teaching skills without the burden of financial constraints. Furthermore, recognizing leadership potential, school leadership actively encouraged me to pursue my master's in educational leadership at Cal State Fullerton. This financial backing demonstrably streamlined my path towards becoming a more effective leader in the classroom. Beyond financial investment, Magnolia fosters a collaborative spirit. We have access to exceptional mentors and ongoing professional development opportunities. This fosters continuous growth, allowing me to learn from experienced colleagues, share best practices, and explore innovative teaching methodologies. This collaborative approach fosters a true team environment, which is paramount for successful student outcomes. By spotlighting my experience, I am thank you so much.
Thank you. Pepsi Oten is up, and Mustafa is on deck.
Who?
Fevzi. Are you Fevzi?
Okay. Yeah, good evening. My name is Fevzi Oten. I stand before you as a proud parent, thrilled to share the extraordinary journey of my daughter at Magnolia Science Academy, Santa Ana. She not only secured an admission to the University of Southern California and University of California, Berkeley, but also achieved a remarkable feat of earning 3 different associate degrees through dual enrollment classes while at MSA Santa Ana. Our family's connection with Magnolia has been transformative, not only for our daughter, but also my niece and my nephew, both whom flourished at Santa Ana, MSA Santa Ana, earned acceptance from UC Berkeley. The dedicated faculty and staff at Santa Ana has played a pivotal role in shaping our daughter into a highly accomplished individual. Moreover, the prospective opening of Magnolia Science Academy in Irvine holds the promise of significant reducing travel time for numerous Irvine families. Thank you.
Thank you. Mustafa is up, and on deck is Vaida Hurtado.
Good evening, distinguished board and all participants. My name is Mustafa Dilekçi, and I stand before you as a proud parent of 2 Magnolia Science Academy students. Our family has been part of MSA Santa Ana community for several years, and today I would like to share our heartfelt experience with you. Firstly, let me express our gratitude for the incredible education and support our daughters received at Magnolia Science Academy Santa Ana. As parents, the decision to enroll our daughters at MSA Santa Ana was influenced by the school's commitment to academic excellence and its unique focus on STEAM education. Living in the Lake Forest area, we faced a challenge in finding suitable educational options for our children. The limited charter school choices and the existence of long waiting lists as other institutions made our decision to choose MSA Santa Ana even more significant. What further emphasized the importance of MSA Santa Ana in our lives in the fact that we need to drive more than 40 minutes each way to ensure our children receive the quality education that the school provides.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up.
Our daughters.
Your time is up, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Vaida Hurtado, and JC is on deck.
Hello, my name is Veda and I am in 2nd grade. Magnolia Science Academy Santa Ana is amazing. The math can be hard sometimes, but I always have help to figure it out. My favorite thing is Free Dress Friday, where we can wear anything we want. I love Pirate Store, where we can earn pirate dollars by doing good deeds. MSA Santa Ana has the best teachers there. My teacher helps me so much. MSA is a great school to learn at. When I grow up, I want to be a principal like Dr. Rao.
JC, you're up, and followed by Ariana Gill, or Gill.
My name is JC, and I have 2 children that attend Magnolia Science Academy in Santa Ana. I want to start with the culturally diverse sense of community that MSA organically creates. The staff, educators, students, and parents are what makes this charter a success. There's an open door policy for parent engagement so that we may be involved, embodying that learning is everywhere all the time. Magnolia SD betters the lives of the family as a whole, starting at the TK level. A TK through 12 school is beneficial for students to progress with familiar staff, creating trusting relationships and consistency. Also, a one-stop campus is conducive in a society of rising gas prices. I am pleased with the education my kids are getting, and if they struggle, MSA has resources. I attribute the success to these resources coupled with smaller class sizes so kids get the individualized attention that they need in the classroom. The after-school enrichment program on site has been a blessing with families, low income, no support while we still have to work. All kids are the future.
Thank you. Ariana, you're up. That's my daughter's name, actually. Followed by Yusuf Akbats.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone is having an amazing day. My name is Ariana Mia Gill, and I am currently a junior attending Magnolia Science Academy. While being at Magnolia Science Academy throughout these years, I've seen an immense change in my education that has allowed me to grow and have many opportunities coming from faculty, coaches, and administrators. There are many programs and clubs that allow all students to join at MSASA, such as learning new languages, helping others in need, and participating in activities. The sports I've joined here at MSA have been soccer, volleyball, and track. My sophomore year, I had the opportunity of receiving an award from Orange County Athletic Directors Association, and being the student athlete from all of Orange County, these opportunities have allowed me to become a leader and support others around me in order to motivate others. The dedication and risk I take day to day have formed me into truly reaching my goals that I want for myself with the help from Magnolia Science Academy. With the expansion of Magnolia Science Academy in Orange County, more students will benefit from these great resources. Thank you so much for your time and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Ariana. Yusuf is up, followed by Mikan.
Good evening, board members. My name is Yusuf Akbas. I graduated from MSA in 2021 at the peak of COVID. I am currently a junior at UC Berkeley studying molecular and cell biology. What makes Magnolia special is the special connection between the staff, the teachers, with the students. At Magnolia, you're not just another student. Your individuality is valued. It is because of this connection why my parents drove me, my brother, and my friends 20 to 30 minutes every day for 7 years from our home in Irvine to Santa Ana. I believe that this connection, this communication between the teachers and the students encourages the students to excel academically, personally, socially, and just become the best versions of themselves to become leaders of the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. And our cleanup is Mikan.
Yes. Good evening, board members, public, and MPS community. My name is Mikan Muhammadov. I have a privilege. I am privileged to be here as board president for Magnolia Public Schools. I go back 20 years with Magnolia. We navigated as an organization through landscape of education. We immensely progressed through Magnolia. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this growth. I was prepared for 3 minutes, though this is 1, so you have to excuse me. But I want to emphasize one thing, and if it has to be one thing, then that is our commitment to delivering high-quality STEAM education, because that's what community needs, and that's what our graduates have proven that they can give back to this community, and that's where we stand out. Our staff visits our students in their homes, so they know where they live, in what conditions. So just to leave you with 2 things with Magnolia is that we give back to the community, and we know our community, and that's why we are here for. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for adapting to our time situation. You guys did great. All right, back to you, President.
Sort of. Back to Araceli.
The public hearing is now concluded. The Orange County Board of Education staff recommendations, including recommended findings, will be published by April 16th. At the May 1st meeting, the board will conduct a public hearing and take action to grant or deny the countywide charter petition. President Shah, I now close the public hearing and return the meeting back to you.
Terrific. Thank you. So I think last time I started to my right. Maybe I'll go to my left this time. Trustee Barkey, do you have any questions?
At this time, I really don't have any. I love the presentation. I love the enthusiasm. I love the parents, the children, the teachers. You're obviously a well-connected community, and it shows. And I'm thrilled that you're here tonight and that you're asking to expand throughout Orange County, because we need more choice and more people like you delivering that to our students here in Orange County. So thank you.
Okay. Dr. Williams?
Likewise, I'm very impressed with the diversity, the intention of educating these young children. Appreciate the young voices that got up to share a little bit about their experience, and to you, to the leaders of the school and to the faculty, thank you for coming and sharing your enthusiasm. It just makes it easier for me to give my check by the next time we meet here. So you guys look good so far.
Okay. Dr. Sparks.
Wow, I loved hearing about all the progress since 2016, and you guys make our job just so enjoyable, because it's not every minute of every day of what we do is enjoyable, and gosh, you guys really give us a reason to be here, and I'm just so impressed with how far you've come. the stories you shared, the young people, the progress of the people who are already in college, I mean, and the commitment of all you all to come out on a Wednesday evening, skipping dinner. So anyway, congratulations on your progress. We're so impressed, and thank you for all you do for our community. We're truly, truly grateful.
Trustee Valdez.
Dr. Rowell, I have a question for you and maybe the teacher who spoke earlier, Michael Hahn. Would you take the podium? So, I mean, I'm obviously up here looking out for parents and kids throughout Orange County, but I am always particularly concerned about Santa Ana because that is the district that I represent. And I'm particularly interested in knowing, how Magnolia currently serves the underserved population, of Santa Ana. I've been invited into homes where there are multiple families living in a home. Mm-hmm. And so do you have any statistics on that? Do you have any, numbers that you can share?
As far as numbers, well, I can paint a picture for you. How we serve our community is by offering classes at the start of, as early as 6 o'clock to as late as 6 p.m. And we offer completely free of charge a robust after-school program that provides robotics, math tutoring and supports. It provides, our clubs, our tutoring. And if it's something that we don't even offer and it's of an interest of a child, we make sure that it happens. Mr. Hahn, did you want to add anything to that?
I didn't hear the question. Sorry, I was using the restroom.
Okay. So how do we?
For like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe I got the name wrong, but it was a teacher, and he was wearing a suit jacket.
Oh, Mr. Littlefield, yes. Yes, Mr. Littlefield, yes. Yes.
So, sir, you mentioned how the school serves the underserved.
Right.
That's what I want to hear.
Okay, yes.
And so we're located at Fairview and First Street. Okay, I think you know the area. I think you know the other school options that are in that area. One in particular, middle school, is notorious. Okay, and we're offering an option that is something different for them. We do home visits. Mm-hmm. I've been in the same homes you have been, and so is our faculty. We make home visits in that community. Is there any other thing specific that you have? I don't have the stats on the home visits, but
maybe for next month, because I caught you off guard on this question, but I'd like to know, and that's always a primary concern, for me is how we are serving the underserved in Santa Ana.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm 68 years old. I have no intention of retiring because I'm in a job for these last 8 years that's really making a difference with the underserved. I will tell you, I only had 1 minute, but if I had another, I would have told you that midway through my career in teaching, I made a decision that I wanted to work with underserved communities. I was in Watts for 3 years at the worst performing middle school in the LA Unified School District, number 251 out of 251 schools. What we're doing at Magnolia, we could not do at that school. And it's happening. I have no intention of retiring because I love coming to work every day because I'm making a difference in students' lives. I'll give you more details maybe some other time.
Yeah, and just to add, we're TK-12, 505 students currently right now, and of that population, we have 60 to 80 of our students that are currently living in our surrounding neighborhood that are either doubled up, tripled up, and we support them not only with free breakfast and lunch every day, and it is the most nutritious meals that's provided locally, and we offer meals that are not only like gluten-free or vegetarian, but they cater to the needs of our population, whether it's halal or kosher or what have you. So we truly care about everyone's academic, behavioral, and social emotional needs.
That's fantastic, and maybe next month when you come down here, you'll. Because I know I caught you off guard, but maybe next month you can come down with some of the statistics that you have.
Yes,
If I
thank
come,
you.
I'm bringing a sandwich. Thank you, Mr. Butler.
Thank you.
I guess my comments would just be, yes, the enthusiasm you guys brought was very evident, and loved hearing the speakers, and the data that you provided is really impressive on the graduation rates and the rankings for your school. So congratulations on that. I did want to ask one quick question, if I could. I see on page 3, I'm not sure if that's slide 5, but it talked about special education services. You have, is it 18% of the students? Does that mean they're on an IEP? 18%? You better go up there.
Since we're taping, we need you to be at the microphone, please. Thank you.
So yes, about 18% of our students have either an IEP or a 504 plan. But our model is completely full inclusion, so regardless of whether it's an IEP, 504, or they're even GATE identified, we differentiate our instruction to meet the needs of every single child.
And across Magnolia, it's close to 16%. And as Maria mentioned, it is our focus on serving the whole child, not only the academic needs, the social emotional needs, behavior needs, taking all those things through a community lens and really supporting the families. And that's why on that slide you did see our students with disability, their graduation rate and A through G rate, because we truly want to push all of our students to be successful.
Well, I think that's wonderful. Thank you. I did want to make one other comment. I saw a lot of parents recording the comments, which is great and fun. But if you go onto the ocde.us website, you'll find the link. This meeting is being recorded and will be on YouTube. You might be able to pull up a video of yourself that way as well.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Very good. Well, we'll look forward to seeing you next time, guys. Okay. Do we want to take I imagine you guys are going to want to leave. So why don't we take a few 5 to 10 minute break, and we'll let everyone leave. Number 10 now. Charter School Public Hearing, Orange County Academy of Sciences and Arts 3. The bar's been set pretty high for enthusiasm, so you guys. All right.
Now hold a public hearing to grant or deny the Orange County Academy of Sciences and Arts 3 countywide charter petition submitted on December 18, 2023. OCASA 3 proposes to operate a classroom-based TK through high school program for initial charter term from 2024 through 2029 with a planning year. The charter school has notified 4 districts of their intent to open school facilities: Irvine Unified, Orange Unified, Saddleback Valley Unified, and Tustin Unified. The board held a public hearing on February 7th to consider the level of support for the charter school. The petition has been reviewed according to California Education Code as legally required, and you've been provided with the Orange County Department of Education staff report that summarizes any findings from that review and offers recommendations for consideration by the board. Based on information gathered throughout the review process, including a clarification meeting held with petitioners on January 31st, staff recommends approval of the Orange County Academy of Sciences and Arts charter petition. I want to point out to the board that while the charter petition and Mr. Mather's presentation at the public hearing included student achievement data for the current Orange County Academy of Sciences and Arts elementary school, it did not have data for OCASA College Prep, the high school, which is in its 4th year of operation. OCASA College Prep has shown a decline in CAS scores both in mathematics and language arts. However, only 2 years of data are available because the school began operations during the pandemic. We look forward to seeing the results of Mr. Mather's improvement plan and know that the staff and teachers are all committed to supporting student achievement. If the countywide charter petition is approved as part of our standard oversight, we will collect further information on the high school program, including the plan for career technical education and the fine arts program as those high school grade levels are added to the school. That said, Mr. Mather is an experienced charter operator, and we appreciate his responsiveness and continue to be encouraged by the strong working relationship between the school and our office. Prior to board discussion, OCASA 3 representatives will have equal time and opportunity, or 10 minutes, whichever is longer, to present evidence and testimony responsive to the staff recommendations and findings published on February 20th. I now call Mr. Mather to the podium.
So thank you, President Shaw and members of the board. First, I want to express some gratitude to a number of groups. The entire Orange County Department of Education, Araceli Chastain, Anna Day, for their complete and thorough review of the OCASA 3 petition. The review was very transparent and a professional process, and we appreciate their engagement and consideration. I would also like to thank the Deputy Superintendent's Office, Dr. Miramontes, for his consideration and support. Dr. Miramontes did come to visit OCASA to see our incredible program firsthand and engaged in thoughtful discussion with our team. Of course, I want to thank our teachers, staff, students, and parents of OCASA. Every day, you work to build a joyful community of learners, supporting each other's academic and social needs. I'm proud of the work that we've done to be the #1 school in growth and the #1 school in achievement. Finally, I express my deep appreciation to the Orange County Board of Education. Your vision and leadership have created an environment where students and parents have a voice in education. Over the past 9 years, I have witnessed the board members engaging with the community in a discussion about the future of our children's education. Your work ensures that our unalienable rights are protected. Because without strong education, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are not possible. So I thank you for that. So now on to the matter at hand. So OCASA is in strong agreement with the staff report of February 20th, 2024. In the report, the Orange County Department of Education staff recommend that the board approve the Orange County Academy of Sciences and Arts petition to establish our 3rd school as a county-wide school. We submitted a legally compliant petition and appropriately notified applicable school districts. We included the district notifications in the attachment 6 of our charter petition. I request that the board concur with the staff recommendation and accept option 1 to approve the charter petition as written. But as a matter of clarity, I ask that the board be explicit in their motion to be something in the order of, I move to approve the Orange County Academy of Sciences and Arts 3 charter without conditions and with a finding that the educational services to be provided by the charter school will offer services to a pupil population that will benefit from those services and cannot be served as well by a charter school that operates only in one school district in the county. It is with great appreciation and respect that we ask for your unanimous 5-0 vote in approval of OCASA 3 tonight. Thank you.
The hearing is now open for public comments. Trustee Sparks, are there any public comments for this item?
We do have public comments, and you all have a total of 15 minutes. We have about, let's see, 5 or 6, so I wouldn't say take your time, but you can take a little more than a minute. Just say what you need to say. I'll call the first name and then the person on deck. So first of all, we have Javier Ordono, followed by Alicia Bailey. There you go. Alicia Bailey. Okay, so Javier, you're up.
My name is Javier Orduño, and I'm the Orange County local representative for the California Charter School Association. CCSA is a membership and professional organization serving our member schools and advocating for fair charter policies for over 1,250 public schools in California. Our mission is to meet the need of parents, educators, and communities for excellent public school options by supporting and advocating for high-quality nonprofit charter schools, ensuring their success throughout California's public schools. I represent the association in recommending the approval of the new countywide charter petition for Orange County Academy of Science and Art 3, OCASA 3, as an Orange County Board of Education authorized charter school. OCASA is a member in good standing of our association, and in our opinion, it meets the legal standard for a new countywide charter petition on the California Education Code 47605. CCSA has worked with the leadership at OCASA and knows they are providing programs for students throughout the community that families want. And approval of this new petition would allow the school to ensure that continued and expanded services are available to students under their care. CCSA supports this school and respectfully urges you to approve this petition. We have reviewed the Orange County Department of Education staff report for OCASA 3 and do not believe that their staff report provides any legal barriers to the board approving this petition. For this reason, we encourage you to approve the petition. Your approval will allow parents the right to choose a public charter school option in the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alicia, you're up, and followed by Yazuri Estrada and Milagros Flores.
Thank you, trustees and staff of OCDE. We greatly appreciate your consideration of the OCASA 3. I am the proud principal of OCASA College Prep in its 4th year of existence. I'm about a 19-year, well, when I applied for this position, I was a 17-year veteran of local schools and school districts throughout Southern California. Primarily, though, I worked in college preparatory schools at district schools, non-charter schools. And what I was looking for, and I'm intimately aware and familiar with the amazing qualities of college preparatory schools as well as the weaknesses. And when I saw this application open about 2 years ago, I went, oh my goodness, they've taken care of that. They've taken care of that too. I'm applying. And so I have been proudly leading this school for about 2 years, OCASA College Prep. And in that, we've developed amazing programs that further our students and make sure that they can not only achieve their dreams. We like to say that our students go boldly in the directions of their dreams, but our students are also able to explore their careers. We have every student at every year takes a CTE course, as well as has vibrant experiences for arts and applied arts programs. You should see our students' Swallows Day Parade floats. They build it, they design it, and we just teach them how to use the power tools, though many of them already know. And so this is this is the greatest team I've ever been a part of. It's a part of, we like to say that we hire unicorns because we have people that are not only dedicated to students, but they have the talent and the drive to see that students truly come first here at OCASA. And that's just going to extend to OCASA 3. So we greatly appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Dalzuri and Milagros it looks like they're up together, and then followed by Braden Valenzuela and Tate Brinson.
Hello, my name is Yasuri Estrada. I have been with the OCASA College Prep ever since 8th grade. I am currently finishing up my junior year now. OCASA has offered me continuous support throughout the years. The school staff and teachers are very helpful with every student, encouraging us to do our best. OCASA also offers extracurricular activities such as cooking club, chess club, and robotics, all geared towards students' interests. ASB is another way that students can be involved. It is through ASB I was able to take my role as high school ASB president. I've learned what it means to delegate, to be part of a team, and work closely with my administrators to plan events for school. I enjoy OCP because I have dived into opportunities that assisted in finding my identity and purpose in life, which is helping others. Without the school semester career prep project, I would have never been able to partake in the community service events that I did, shaping who I am and realizing how my actions can have a positive impact in the world.
Hi, my name is Milagros. Buenas tardes, damas y caballeros. Antes que todo, quisiera agradecer la oportunidad de estar aquí presente en los últimos 7 meses en los que he estado en OCASA. He aprendido muchas cosas en las cuales nunca me imaginé aprender.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before, I would like to say thank you to everyone for the opportunity to be here today. In the past 7 months, which I've been part of OCASA, I have learned many things that I have never imagined that I was going to learn.
Los maestros me están ayudando a mí y a mi hermano Eric, sabiendo que no hablamos el idioma, y agradezco la ayuda que brindan. También aprecio la ayuda de Miss Bogo que me habrán brindado, que por ser bilingües nos ha ayudado en el inglés en su tiempo libre y nos tomen siempre en cuenta en los asuntos escolares y nos hace sentir que somos importantes y contamos.
Okay. I also wanted to say thank you to the teachers that have helped me and my brother Eric, knowing that we do not speak the same language. I really appreciate all the help they're giving us. I appreciate also the help that Ms. Vogel has given us because he is bilingual and in his free time, he is teaching us English and he's making sure that we are included in all the school activities. He's making us feel that we are important and that we count.
El trabajo de Miss Marta en la cafetería, la dedicación que tenemos es en un buen lunch. Una de mis cosas favoritas de la escuela son el club especial de arte y el de cocina.
So also another thing that I want to be, that I'm very thankful is for the work that Miss Marta at the cafeteria has given us, the dedication that she has so we can have a good lunch. One of my favorite things at school in special are the clubs, the arts and the cooking club.
Nos ha dado los materiales que necesitamos, el igual lo que la escuela nos ha ofrecido y me ha gustado todo el desempeño que hacen en la escuela. Thank you very so much for your time.
Okay, so they are giving us all the materials that we need, and at the same time, the school has offering us all the things that we need, and I really, really enjoy my time in the school. Thank you very much for your time.
Muchas gracias. Gracias. Okay, we have Braden and Tate up, and then our cleanup will be Julie Bideau-Schubert.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Orange County Board of Education. My name is Braden Valenzuela, and I'm currently a sophomore at OCASA College Prep in San Juan Capistrano. And I've been at OCASA ever since I was in 5th grade. I think OCASA has a really nice and small community. The teachers are all very interactive with the students and are always willing to help whenever they can. It's sort of a family environment, and that's what I really love about the school. Additionally, at OCASA, we get the ability to take college courses at Saddleback so that we can advance on what career we want to pursue and for our own future. I think this is really helpful because it gives us the benefit to explore what path we want to take. Personally, I'm taking architecture classes at Saddleback, and it's really helped me get an idea of how architecture is going to be for my future at a career and academic standpoint. Overall, I think OCASA is a very good school and deserves a lot of attention because of the positive impact the school has on students' education. And I think there should be more schools like OCASA, not only in Orange County, but in the whole world, because it's a really good school. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Is Tate around? Because we had two names on your card. Tate?
She had a lot of homework.
She had homework. Okay.
Sorry.
Hey, I honor that. I honor that. Okay, Julie Bedeau Schubert is our last speaker tonight.
President Shaw, trustees, and Superintendent Miramontes, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you regarding Orange County Academy of Sciences and Arts number 3 and growing and getting better. My name is Julie Bedeau Schubert, and I have had the last 4 years of privileged work at OCASA Elementary in the kindergarten through 5th grade program, soon to be TK through 5 program. I want to let you know that I have over 35 years of experience in education, in public education, and I believe in public education. Those last 4 years have been the most joyful years of my professional experience, and that does include 20 years of working in school administration as well as district level administration in multiple settings, so I've got a very broad sense of experience. OCASA is a joy-filled learning environment. You walk on campus, it is magical. I can say that because I have had so many experiences as a parent, as a mother of 3 and now a grandmother of 2, that when I see what's happening on my campus and I see kids laughing and singing and dancing and playing and collaborating together, that I think about Felix, who is 7, and Theo, who is 4. They're my grandchildren, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I wish my grandchildren could have this. The children that are on that campus are my grandchildren. The teachers and the staff members are my family. Every day that I go, it is full of joy and full of passion for that school environment. Over those 20 years of trying to work in public education, I have tried for 16 years of those 20 to develop this school. When I was able to read the charter and I said, oh my goodness, I think I finally found home, it was true. And I can say it's home because of the joy that's happening every day, because of the fully integrated interdisciplinary STEAM plus based courses. STEAM with the plus being Spanish, culture, heritage, and language as a part of every child's learning opportunity. We agree in mastery on our campus. Children take time to learn socially, emotionally, academically, and behaviorally, and it's not chronological. It's a step forward and 2 steps back. It is wonderful to see the work that our staff does to pull together personalized learning plans grounded in interdisciplinary learning that is hands-on and full of joy and love every day. Thank you for this opportunity to promote OCASA 3.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
This concludes the public hearing. The board has 3 options for action regarding a charter petition, a countywide charter school petition. Option 1, approve the charter petition. Option 2, approve the charter petition with conditions. This action would result in the approval of the charter and require the execution of an agreement to address issues identified by the board. Option 3, deny the charter school petition. President Shaw, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you.
Terrific. Thank you. So maybe I'll mix it up here. Dr. Sparks, do you have any?
A comment. I have a comment. You all may not know, but when I was first sort of being asked to run for this seat in, I guess, 2017, you were one of the first schools that I toured. And remember, Kapil? Yes, we were. Yeah, we went together. And you're my inspiration. You're part of the reason I'm sitting here, right? Because, yeah. I felt the same energy that you were talking about, that all of you have talked about. And I've been an educator, for more than 30 years myself, mostly in higher ed. But nonetheless, I've worked with a lot of K-12 schools across my journey. And what I saw in my tour was so inspirational. I thought, this is really important. This is really important stuff. What you all are doing is so important to our community. And I felt it, I saw it, and I'm so happy that I could, be a part of your journey. So I'm just grateful for all that you all have done to become what you are. I've seen the growth, and it's just amazing. So I just wanted to start off with that.
Thank you. I guess they can turn our microphones from the control room, so we're always playing a game of okay. So, Trustee Valdez, do you have any questions?
I really don't have any questions. I looked at this closely. The numbers are there, and I mentioned last time I'm really impressed with Mr. Mather's leadership.
Thank you. Dr. Williams?
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Mather, if you can come up, sir. You earlier in your presentation asked us to approve you under condition number 1, and then you added some language, and I just want to make sure I understand your request here. We can approve countywide charter per education codes, but you said something that there needs to be some specific findings. Is that what you are asking us to do when we make the official recommendation? And is that because of Education Code 47605.6B? It's A?
Correct. Janelle Rulli, Legal Counsel, 47605.6A.
Okay, so this is a technical reason why you made that request, is that correct?
That's right. Charter schools that come through school districts, the default there is for approval, so shall approve unless you make a findings. For countywide benefit, there's an expectation that you make a finding on the front end in order to approve.
Okay. I understand the charter petition is for a countywide charter, but this is more for public documentation and for discussion that this is a technicality that you're requesting. Is that?
I don't think of my profession as a technicality, but yes, it's a legal request. It's a legal request. Thank you for indulging me. It's a legal request.
No offense was meant.
Understood.
That's it.
Okay. Trustee Barkey.
Well, I would ditto a lot of what my colleague, Dr. Sparks, said, that I ran for this job to expand school choice, and your school was the first school that we visited, and I was just like, wow, we need more of this in Orange County. And so you do inspire me, and that's why I'm here. And to see the growth and the just, you guys had a really tough act to follow after Magnolia, and you guys did great. You're just awesome. I love the comments. That word magical, that's just a great way to describe it, magical. I'm just thrilled that you're here. I'm thrilled at the expansion I've seen, and this is my 6th year on this board. And from that first visit to see what I see now and today is super, super exciting. And I do look forward to voting for your very, very specific asks. So thank you.
Okay. My comment, I really appreciated hearing in the public comments the reference made to teaching new languages, learning Spanish. We heard Spanish this evening. I kind of feel like maybe probably as our country, we don't do a very good job of teaching young people second languages and things like that, like a lot of countries do. So once upon a time, I went off to do a mission for my church, and they told me to learn Spanish, and that was a really big challenge, but something I was glad that I undertook, and so I think it's great if we can kind of instill that in our young people. So I commend you guys for that effort. I saw Janelle here, and I just wanted to hear you talk. I always just feel smarter and edified. And do you have anything else to say? You're here.
Now you're forcing them to pay more.
Yeah, right. Just a second.
She's billing by the word? Is that
6 minutes. Thank you all. I appreciate that. I just want to say I also have worked with OCASA since the beginning, and to see it flourish and blossom in this way, and really under Kapil's leadership, it's just been terrific. So it's just super proud to be here tonight with them. So thank you.
Wonderful. Well, with that, I would like to make a motion to approve option 1, approving the charter petition as written without condition. And we will be finding that the educational services to be provided by the charter school will offer services to a pupil population that will benefit from those services and that cannot be served as well by a charter school that operates in only one school district. Oh, sorry. In only one school district in the county.
I second that motion.
Okay. All in favor?
Oh, okay.
Wait, but comments?
Comments. Just more of a technicality. So I do believe.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
I do believe at our organizational meeting in July that we chose Mr. Valdez as our clerk to the board.
I think you chose me, actually. Yes, it's me.
It was you.
Yes, it was
okay. And just a technicality, because on pages 35, 50 and 47. Thank you. It has our good recording secretary's name down there, and officially our clerk is Mary. Me. So just a technicality when we do all the paperwork.
So I'll include in my motion a revision to list that as Trustee Barkey as the clerk of the board on those pages, 35, 47, and 50. We got that?
I'm very proud to be the clerk of the board.
Is that an agreeable amendment to the seconder of the motion?
Yes.
Very good. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. So. Okay.
And thank you for all the kids that came out on a school night.
On a rainy school night.
Right?
Okay. This time we really will make it a 5-minute break, so I know you guys are all going to want to leave, so we'll reconvene in 5 minutes. Yeah. We'll do a picture, yeah. All right, guys. We're going to go ahead and pick it back up. Good night. So let's proceed to item number 12, budget presentation. David Giordano, Associate Superintendent, Administrative Services, going to let us know how wonderful the budget is.
This thing drives me nuts. All right. Well, thank you, and good evening, President Shaw, members of the board. Tonight, we're going to review with you our 23-24 second interim financial report. And this report represents the second official revision to the department's adopted budget the board approved back in June, and also incorporates the key components of the governor's proposed budget that was released in January for next fiscal year, 24-25. The report also contains our actual financial transactions through January 31st, as well as revised revenue and expenditure forecasts for the current and then the 2 subsequent years as well. So here's a look at the agenda for tonight. First, we're going to review with you the governor's January budget proposal for next fiscal year, followed by the changes that occurred since the first interim report was approved by the board back in early December. Tonight, we're also going to discuss some of the key budget challenges that we face as a department moving forward, and then talk about the next steps in the budgeting process. So here's a glance at the governor's January budget proposal for next fiscal year. And we know that the governor's proposal was released back on January 10th, and it represents the start of the budget cycle for the coming fiscal year. And so here's just a quick recap of some of the key highlights contained in the governor's proposal. First, the governor's estimating that the state budget shortfall next year is estimated at $37.9 billion. And this is largely due to the tax collections coming in well below estimates for last fiscal year, 22-23, which were not known during development of the state's adopted budget for the current year. And of course, this is directly related to that November tax extension and will have a major impact on the state's operating budget in the coming year. The good news is that the governor's proposal for next year aims to protect education funding from that significant drop in the Prop 98 guarantee due to those lower tax collections. The governor's plan also includes, one second here. Governor's plan also includes a series of budget balancing measures, including drawing down $13.1 billion in state general fund reserves and another $5.7 billion from the state's Prop 98 reserve account. The budget also includes a series of other budget balancing measures, including proposed borrowing from other funds, including reductions in non-Prop 98 areas, funding delays, deferrals, and the use of more optimistic revenue assumptions. I want to change something here real quick. There we go. And we're going to review the governor's revenue assumptions here in a moment. So here's a look at the governor's big 3 tax revenue estimates as compared to the LAO's office estimates. And this is for fiscal years 22-23 through the budget year 24-25. And as you can see from this chart, the governor's estimating personal income tax collections to come in higher by $9.1 billion. That's in the current year, 23-24, and $1.8 billion higher in the budget year, 24-25. On a similar note, the governor's estimating that sales and use tax collections are going to come in higher by $1.6 billion in the current year, and then $2.3 billion higher in the budget year. Additionally, the governor's corporate tax estimates are estimated to come in about $400 million higher than the LAO's office estimates. In total, the governor's big 3 tax revenue estimates are roughly $15.2 billion higher than the LAO's office estimates, which of course will pose significant risks come May revision if those revenues don't come in as projected. And unfortunately, state revenues are trending currently about $5.9 billion below the estimates contained in the governor's January budget proposal as of the month end January. And so we'll, of course, get a look at the February tax collections. They're expected here any day now. So this chart just highlights the impact of the governor's revised revenue estimates on the Prop 98 minimum funding guarantee for schools. And so due to those lower revenue estimates, the guarantee has been revised down since budget adoption by $9.1 billion for last fiscal year. That's 22-23, and $2.7 billion for the current year, 23-24, for a combined downward adjustment of nearly $12 billion over those two fiscal years. So had the governor used the LAO's office revenue estimates, the Prop 98 guarantee would be roughly $4.5 billion less than the estimates for the current year, 23-24, and then the budget year, 24-25 combined. As a result, use of the governor's higher revenue estimates, again, poses significant risks to the state budget moving forward. If those state revenues continue to come in less than projected through April of this year, this will have a significant impact on the operating budget at the state level. And of course, we'll be keeping a close eye on those state revenue collections all the way through April month end. So the good news is really what's not in the education budget. And despite that significant drop in the Prop 98 guarantee for last year, 22-23, the governor is proposing no cuts in overall Prop 98 funding and then no deferred payments to schools either. Additionally, the governor is not proposing to sweep any of the unallocated program funds, at least at this point. So here's a look at the state's Prop 98 reserve account. And as you can see from this chart, the governor is proposing to withdraw roughly $5.7 billion. That's in fiscal years 23-24 and 24-25 combined. And this would leave roughly $3.8 billion in the state's Prop 98 reserve account at the end of the budget year 24-25. And so this slide just highlights some of the risks surrounding Prop 98 as we move forward. So first, the 0.76% estimated cost of living adjustment does not factor in any cost increases for government goods and services purchases for the last quarter of 22-23, and then the first quarter of 2024, which is really very unlikely. As a result, the COLA is likely going to come in higher at May revision, which will only exacerbate the state's projected deficit in the coming year. Second, the state's proposing to fund roughly $5 billion of ongoing Prop 98 obligations out of one-time Prop 98 reserve funds. Again, that's creating greater risk, greater uncertainty in those out years. And then lastly, if state revenues continue to fall short of projections, which is how things are currently trending, again, this is going to exacerbate the state's projected deficit in the coming year. Next, we're going to take a look at some of the key changes that occurred since the first interim report was approved back in December. And so here's a look at some of the key changes that occurred since first interim. In this chart, you can see the cost of living adjustments and the CalSTRS and CalPERS employer contribution rate estimates for each of the next 2 years. And for fiscal year 24-25, that COLA estimate has been revised down from 1.27% at first interim to 0.76% under the governor's proposed budget next year. Similarly, if you look at 25-26, a COLA estimate's been revised down from 3.29% at first interim to 2.73% as of second interim, and that's based on the latest estimates from School Services of California. Regarding the CalPERS employer contribution rate for fiscal year 24-25, that estimate's been revised up from 27.7% at first interim to 27.8% under the governor's proposed budget. Additionally, for 25-26, the estimate's been revised up from 28.3% at first interim to 28.5% at second interim. And you'll note that there are no changes currently proposed to the CalSTRS employer contribution rates, and they're forecast to remain the same at 19.1% for the current year, 23-24, and then the two subsequent years. And so this slide just highlights the changes in our estimated average daily attendance since we last reported back in December. And so for fiscal year 23-24, you can see that our projected ADA increase has been revised down by 46 students. That's since first interim. And then on a similar note, you'll notice our projected ADA increases over the next 2 years have also been revised down slightly. With that said, our estimated ADA for the current year, 23-24, is up by about 130 students over the prior year. Next, we're going to talk about some of the key purpose of the second interim report, and then review some of the key assumptions that we use to build the report. So we know school districts and County Office of Ed are required to certify their financial condition twice each fiscal year. Once at first interim, which includes our actual financial data through October 31st, and then again at second interim, which includes our actual financial data through January 31st. The first interim reports due to the California Department of Ed by December 15th each year, and then the second interim reports due by March 15th of each year. And then both these reports, of course, contain updated revenue and expenditure forecasts for the current and then the 2 subsequent years. So here's a look at our multi-year projection assumptions. And I'm not going to go through all of these, but I do want to highlight a few. And so you can see on here we've included the current year, 23-24, and the 2 subsequent years as well. If you were to take a look at the salary accounts, you look at our SACS reports, you'd see that we've included the step and column class for all of our classified, certificated, and management employees. If you were to drill down and take a look at the statutory line items, you'd see the increased cost for CalSTRS and CalPERS pensions as well. And then if you're to take a look at the health and welfare benefit line items in the reports, you'd see the increase in cost projected for health and welfare benefits as well. Those are all contained within the salary lines. The statutory COLA for the current year coming in at 8.22%. And then in 24-25, you can see it's coming in at 0.76%, so significantly less. Average daily attendance for the current year coming in at 4,608 students, and you can see projected to increase ever so slightly over the next couple of years. We're going to take a look at the LCFF funding projections when we review our multi-year projection here in a moment, but you can see for between 23-24 and 24-25 that our average daily attendance it is projected to increase slightly. But when you look at the LCFF revenue projections, you'll see that drop there. And that's because of that, and we talked about this back in December, there's this new 3-year rolling average on average daily attendance. And because of that decline we experienced back during the pandemic years, we're still feeling that ADA loss in the funding formula. So we're looking at about a $1.6 million reduction in LCFF funding in 24-25. And then you can see a slight increase in 25-26. Tuition for both our Access and Special Schools program coming in this year at $43.5 million, and then again projected to increase slightly in the next couple of years. Next, we'll take a look at some of the key financial information that's contained in the second interim report. And so this is a look at our multi-year projection. And of course, this is in very summary format. You can take a look at the detailed report in the budget book. But you'll notice on here we've got the current year again and then the 2 subsequent years. And since this is the combined general fund, it includes all of our unrestricted operating accounts and then all of our restricted accounts as well. And so for 23-24, you can see that we are going to close out the year in very good financial position, very strong position, heading into what looks to be a very difficult year for the state of California in fiscal year 24-25. And that's likely going to continue into 25-26. For 24-25, you can see that we're forecasting a small operating surplus of just over $2.2 million. And then in 25-26, forecast at about $5.1 million surplus. So again, we're definitely in good financial position, but we're definitely going to keep a close eye on state revenues to see how things are trending over the next few months. So as mentioned earlier, County Office of Ed are required to certify their financial condition twice each fiscal year, once at first interim and then again at second interim. And there are 3 types of certification. First, we have the positive certification, indicates the district will be able to meet its financial obligations for the current and then the 2 subsequent years. We have the qualified certification that indicates the district may not be able to meet its financial obligations either for the current or 2 subsequent years. And then finally, we have that negative certification, which indicates the district will be unable to meet its financial obligations either for the remainder of the current year or the subsequent year. And of course, our office is recommending a positive certification be assigned to the report this evening. Next, we're going to talk about some of the key budget challenges that we face moving forward. And so here's a look at some of those challenges. We know that costs for step and column, health and welfare benefits, and CalSTRS and CalPERS employer contribution pensions are going to place additional strains on our operating budget as we move forward. We also know that inflationary cost pressures in other areas, such as supplies, services, and equipment, are going to continue to place strains on our budget too. Other challenges include the expiration of all the federal and state COVID-19 relief funding that we received, our county office's minimum state aid excess tax status, as well as the continued decline in enrollment that we're seeing in districts throughout Orange County, which could have an impact on our programs as we move forward. And then finally, we just want to wrap up with a look at the next steps in our budgeting process. And so again, back in December, the board took action and approved the first interim financial report. In February, the staff presented the mid-year LCAP update. And then in this month, March, we're asking the board for consideration and approval of the second interim financial report. And again, that includes our actual transactions through January 31st, also includes the updated revenue and expenditure forecast. And of course, it's based on the latest information that we have available, including the governor's January budget proposal. Next month, we'll have the budget study session. And then in early June, we'll hold the public hearings on both the LCAP and the adopted budget. And then in late June, we'll present both those items, the LCAP and the adopted budget, for the board's consideration and approval. And so that's the presentation this evening. Again, I just want to say a big thank you to our fiscal services team. Patty Banuelos is our director over fiscal services, and her and her team put a lot of work, a lot of effort into the budget tonight. Just want to say a big thank you to them.
Thank you for that great presentation. I'm sure we have questions. Maybe I'll start going this way this time. Dr. Williams, do you have any questions?
Thank you for all of this data to look at and review. And thank you for the presentation. That was very, very good. What is the ending of reserves that we have for the department?
Yeah, so let's
both restricted and unrestricted. That's on page, what, B?
Let's see, let me find it in here for you. If you go to the multi-year projection, so we tab number 5.
Tab number 5.
It's in here multiple places, but.
Okay.
So the very second page, it's actually B61 in your budget book.
Mm-hmm.
See that there? So total reserves, so designated amounts. So that, well, let me start with the ending fund balance. Ending fund balance for the 23-24 second interim budget is $401,454,360. And the components of ending fund balance are listed there as well. So you have the $70,000 reserve for revolving cash, which is a requirement. You have the legally restricted reserves of $96,331,482. And those are for all the restricted categorical programs.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have your designated amounts of $92,461,411. Those are also for unrestricted funds, program funds that are reserved in the unrestricted accounts. And then you have your reserve for economic uncertainties of $212,591,467.
And I know we're going to talk about this on item number 13. Where are the excess $25,000 in this document here?
Sorry, Dr. Williams, you're...
So an item, no, we're not at item 13, but we have the $25,000 limits that we have to vote on.
Yes.
Is that in this document here?
It is. It's on page B2.
B2?
And B3. carries into Bay 3.
Okay, what number is that?
It's the very first page
Yeah, very first page of
of the budget booklet.
At the bottom.
These are them all here in B2?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's all for now.
Okay, Trustee Barkey?
I don't have anything else at the moment.
All right, Dr. Sparks?
Yeah, I just, well, what it seems to me is that, you know, I mean, we all know that we're kind of watching the numbers very carefully. The declines, we're all kind of, you know, very cautiously making these predictions. But it seems to me that looking at the numbers now, we look like we're going to be okay. And especially when you see that, you know, these reserve numbers, that's great. But doesn't a lot of this depend on the numbers that come out in April? I feel like right now we're kind of swimming in the dark, or maybe that's the wrong metaphor. But anyway, we're kind of in the dark with the real numbers. I feel like it's kind of funny money right now. So we're not really going to know until April. So like right now, we would approve in good faith that it looks good with what the numbers that are presented look pretty good. We know, though, there's a lot of uncertainties and a lot of, you know, really just lack of information until those April numbers come out. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, there is a lot of uncertainty. There definitely is. I mean, the taxes that come in through April could have a big impact. I think the LAO's forecast is that the revenues come in significantly less than the projections. And I think they're looking, the number that they threw out there was about another $7.7 billion in Prop 98 guarantee, less than what's included in the governor's budget. So that definitely could have an impact for schools. I think there's a lot of things that the governor can do to help minimize reductions. They do have excess state reserves that they could tap into. He's got a number of things that he's included in the state budget that he could pull back, that he doesn't have to go forward with, that would help. There's a lot of program funds that are out there that were just allocated that haven't been distributed or allocated at the school site level yet that they could pull back. So there's a number of things that they could do to help mitigate reductions. I think if the revenue trend does go, you know, does deteriorate, the next year will more than likely be the most difficult year. I think he might have another year, you know, to get by.
To get by, yeah. So I just wanted to kind of, again, throw out that cautionary language. So I feel like I would like to approve this in the positive certification, given the numbers that are presented as such. But at the same time, I think as a board, we need to, you know, let the public know that we're watching as carefully as possible, given the information that we're given. And we know that it's kind of a little bit shaky information until we get real numbers. And when is that going to happen? And I'm guessing April. I guess by June we'll know for sure, but that's kind of where I am on this.
Yeah. Dr. Sparks, maybe it'll help. David, if maybe you can just explain some of the steps you've already instituted in the office about planning for the next years, about looking at every vacant and new position and those types of things.
That would be helpful, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I think, and that's one of the things that I noticed right off the bat, you know, starting with the organization, as far as all the positions when they do, you know, we have positions that come vacant. One of the things we're doing is looking at those positions to determine whether or not we need to fill them. So whether it's from a resignation or retirement, each of those positions are already being looked at. And so, I mean, I think that's one of the things I think is really important. I think about 57, 58% of our budget is spent on people. And so we're definitely looking at that. The other thing that, you know, we always try to do that's really important is make sure that you're spending all your restricted program funds first. You're not spending those, you're spending those dollars before you ever spend your unrestricted discretionary dollars. So we're looking at a lot of the COVID monies that we receive, the one-time dollars, making sure we're utilizing those first. You know, we're always looking at our spending, looking for ways to save. One of the things that we're doing this year is we're going out to bid for health and welfare benefits to see what the best price that we can get on those benefits. They're very, very expensive.
Yes.
So we're doing that this year, but that's a continuous process that we do. Transportation's another area that can be very costly, so it's an area that we'll probably look at some point as well. But there's a whole slew of things that we're
Yeah.
looking at.
And at the same time, I mean, I think we also certainly want the teachers and the staff to know that they're in a safe space in terms of us supporting them, and there aren't going to be financial cuts that hit them directly, but finding ways, creative ways that maybe areas that could be more efficient that otherwise we weren't paying as much attention to, those would be the ways to start. And I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but I just, I just want the real numbers so that we can make an informed decision. All of us, right?
I think one of our concern is we won't know the real numbers.
Exactly.
Even in June. I mean, I think that there'll be multiple plans and backup plans. I think the good news about our reserves is we have time to make thoughtful choices. But I think the scary part we're nervous about is that they could pass a budget that may not be exactly accurate. I'm trying to I'm trying to use a politically correct term, and I'm not sure which one to use. So, but we've seen that before. And then they send trailer bill language in after the fact that makes changes.
Right.
And that's what makes it very difficult for our office. We run year-round programs. We've got expenditures starting July 1. So if they make changes after the fact, that's difficult for us. And so I think our concern is the governor not realizing the financial issues the state may have is very concerning.
Absolutely. And it's concerning for you all in your office. And for us, it's one of the probably the top 3 things that we do as the board in terms of our responsibilities. So we can only make decisions on the information we have, just like you all can only make the best decisions on the information that you have. So I just want to put that cautionary language, as I know you guys are looking at the budget in a very cautionary way with the numbers that you're getting, which may be a little bit of funny money here and there until we get the real numbers. So those are my questions and comments all kind of rolled together. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Valdez.
So, Mr. Giordano. So on page B2 at the top are the certificated salaries.
Yes.
And I see that the variance is a negative 517,234. And then I go to page 14 and I realize and see that certificated salaries, part of that is teacher salaries, 30,763,229. I would ask that in the future, when we do this, I'd like to see, instead of that lump sum in the first row, just kind of lumped together where teacher salaries are part of that, I'd like to see all the rows on certificated salaries, teachers, pupils, support salaries, supervisors, and other salaries, and how they have individually changed row by row. Because I am looking very carefully at the first row and to make sure that there is the absolute minimum impact on teacher salaries. So that's my first request, is that the first row be brought out row by row per page B17 in the future reports, so that I can see how teacher salaries have been impacted.
B17. If you were to turn to page, it's B38 in the budget book. It's a summary. That's the Form 01, summary of our unrestricted and restricted accounts. If you look, you'll see the sort of a more detailed breakdown of the certificated salaries. And these are the state reports that we're looking at here. So you can see certificated teacher salaries listed, the projected totals, the certificated pupil support salaries, supervisors, administrator salaries, and other certificated. So that there is detail.
Help me out here then. How has that changed from interim budget 1 to 2, the teacher salaries in particular?
So there's a multi-year projection that would show you more of that detail that's listed in its item number 5, but it's not broken out by that breakdown. But if you wanted us to, in the changes spreadsheet or the changes sheets that are the first two pages?
Yes, so that's going to be my request in the changes spreadsheet, the B2, which is easy to read. I would ask that certificated salaries be broken out completely the way you have listed them in 17, so that I can see how teachers and frontline, I call them frontline people. I'm not trying to create a war reference, but I don't want to, I'd like to see what happens in the classroom to be minimized, and that to me is a very important row. Speaking of that, so of the 517,000 that we've gone down, have teacher salaries gone down from interim budget, the first to the second interim budget?
No, they haven't gone down. And so I think one thing I'd say about that the reduction that you see there, that's not elimination of any positions or cuts or anything of that nature. Really what that is, and for that line item, you're right, it includes administrators, it includes nurses, psychologists, all certificated salaries. And so that line item is really salary savings. So what we do is we'll budget all of our positions at the start of the year. And then as the year goes on, we'll adjust those budgets based on what the latest salary estimates for all of our certificated salaries. And so what we like to do to try to prevent a lot of fallout at the end of the year is if some of those positions go unfilled for part of the year, we're booking that savings in the budget. And that's what you're seeing there, that negative 517,000, it's salary savings for those unspent positions. So they may have, position may be budgeted for 12 months, but it didn't get filled until the ninth month. So that's really what that is. If that helps explain.
I mean, I think unfortunately for us, we have counselors, nurses, positions like that are very hard to fill, and they are staying vacant quite a while until we can fill them, if we can fill them for some of them. Speech pathologists is our really difficult one. So because we're not filling them, we're creating the savings, and we're still budgeting because our hope is to actually fill them. That's the goal. So that is why you see that savings. It's not actually a cut of anything, just a budget from what we budgeted.
The savings.
So I see, let's see here. Materials and supplies went down. Is that also the same thing? It just wasn't filled or wasn't purchased? Is that kind of what I'm looking at here then?
So on materials and supplies, it's the 43XX account that you see there. So the 4300 series went down by $233,593. I think that's probably the line item you're looking at. So there was a couple things included in that line item, and so there was a $2.5 million decrease in the holding accounts. And so this is where, and that's actually listed in the budget book as well, all the ins and out of the holding account. But we're taking budget out of the holding accounts, and then we're spreading that to all the budget line items that it needs to be spread to. So again, it's when you set your budget up, it's a living document. So you may not know exactly how you're going to spread those dollars at first. So they sit in that holding account, then you spread it out later. So $2.5 million of that reduction was included in there. And that was partially offset by a $2.3 million increase in instructional materials and supplies for various programs. It had been our access program, our special schools program. So the net change is that $233,000, but there are a lot of ins and outs in there.
Okay. I guess then the last comment I would make is simply, just telling the staff that as we go through this budget shortfall, and I think the governor has really put some, very, very rosy expectations out for people that are not realistic. I'm really going to look very closely that, things that happen in the classroom, that has to be impacted last. Administrators love you guys, but but what happens with the kids directly and the teachers' assistants, that to me is paramount, and that has to get impacted last.
Thank you. I was looking at your PowerPoint presentation on the slides related to Prop 98 and wondered if you could refresh my memory. I know there, we have test 1, test 2, test 3. What necessarily triggers which tests? Can you remind me? I mean, I know in theory, if we're in a recession, presumably the revenues come down. We're in an interesting environment, I guess, where we're not in a recession, but technically, but the revenues have really come down. So what tests are we at here?
I believe we're under test 1. Yeah, test 1. And so under test 1, basically the way it works is that we receive roughly 40% of the state revenues. And so if state revenues are going up, that's great, because we're going to keep about 40 cents on every dollar. But if they're going down, like they are right now, we're going to lose 40 cents on every dollar. And so, think about if state revenues are going to drop by, $10 billion, well, we're going to lose about $4 billion of that for K-12 education. So I think the latest estimate by the governor was $7.7 billion less than what the LAO's office, $7.7 billion less than the governor. Our share of that would be, fairly significant. K-12 as a whole.
Now, is that K-12 or K-14?
A K-12.
What happened to community colleges?
Is it?
It's K-14.
Aha, gotcha.
Got me.
Got you red-handed.
Hey, he did a really great job. It's the only thing I could actually answer differently. So.
The community college guy in me, I guess, was coming out there. Okay, so if, heaven forbid, we have the LAO numbers coming in, versus the Department of Finance. So I'm just thinking about under test 1, at what that's looking like. So I don't know if I'm looking at slide 7 of your presentation. So that would be it's 2.7 billion less. Am I looking at that right? So then if 40% of that, so it's going to be $1.5 billion from that. I don't know. You see on slide 7?
Yeah.
Okay, so the difference between Department of Finance and LAO is 15 billion total? That's the difference in their revenue estimates?
15 billion is the revenue number. So
okay, and under test 1, it's 40% of general fund revenues, right?
It is.
So yeah, I'm just trying to I haven't had a math class in a long time. I'm just thinking about what that would be. It's obviously many billions of dollars, but
yes.
All right. Any other questions or comments on this? Let's see, where were we? So this was just a budget presentation, item 12. Okay, so with that, we'll just move to item number 13. Approve the revision of the annual budget in excess of $25,000 as per Education Code Section 1280. The revision has been included in the second interim report that is certified positive by the County Superintendent of Schools. So let's see. Yes, Dr. Williams.
So just real quick, going to beat 2 on the $25,000 increase. And I'm not sure who will answer my question, whether it's David or Renee. The Career Technical Education Initiative Program and the model curriculum, those are, I guess, new that we've introduced into the budget. Is that a correct assumption?
They're not actually new. We're just expanding. So model curriculum actually was in last year's budget.
Okay.
So we had an increase in that because they changed, the legislature changed the definition on the Vietnamese piece. Mm-hmm. And so they added more piece to it. So that's why we received more funding for that. It also requires more meetings and more outreach. So that was part of that one. And then for the Career Tech is probably, I don't think it's a new one. I think it's just an expanding one. And we gave you a supplemental grant sheet because the one in your book we realized wasn't color-coded. It's in your red folder, and so it highlights the ones that are new since the last one, which it should have been your book that way, but unfortunately the copier didn't color code it. And so I will tell you there are multiple career tech programs slating through the process right now. And so I'm not sure if that one's really new. Dave, I think it's just an expansion of the expenditures.
So it's left blank in the first interim, and then in this second interim, there's, almost 900,000. So these are existing programs.
They're existing programs, but it was probably a new expenditure. So we may have found out more of what we were allowed to spend it on.
Okay. And then the going to item 5220, the travel and conferences, that was reduced. And then object code 5230, conference workshop registration, that went up 111,000. So what conferences and workshops are we now going to that we weren't going to in the first interim?
So I'm not sure they're really new conferences we're going to, but I think what's happening is since some of the COVID funds are for professional development, where we may have sent 1 or 2 people, we may now be sending 5 or 6. And the reason why you're not seeing it in the other travel expenses because they're probably local. So we may send, like an accounting staff, we may have sent 1 person before, and now we're going to send 6 for this year. I'm sorry, what?
Why did we increase from 1 person now to 6 people?
Because we had additional money for professional development this year under COVID funds. And so
these are COVID funds.
Yes, they're probably COVID funds, yeah. You're just seeing the expenditure piece. And so a large piece of some of those COVID funds are professional development. Even some of the teaching staff have that too, although we have an issue with substitutes, so that's limiting some of that. But because we've had additional funds this year, we are increasing the amount of people that we would send to conferences.
Okay. So moving on to object code 5810, the consultants. We have some changes here. Elementary and secondary school emergency 3, are these new or just increasing the monies that are in these projects?
So for 23-24, at first interim, we had budgeted 912,000 out of ESSER funds in that object code 5810 for consultants instructional. And then at second interim, we increased it by $500,000. So it went up to 1.412 million. And this increase was to cover access in special schools, instructional program consulting support. But again, it's using the ESSER one-time funds.
Okay.
These are dollars that we have to spend by September 30th.
Okay, so these are consultants we're paying for.
That's right.
Okay, and that's $500,000. Are one of those consultants a former Newport Mesa Unified School District Superintendent Fred Navarro?
Don't know where that's charged, that consulting contract. It could be in there.
Okay, could you get to me and let me know what he's doing?
Yeah, so I can tell you that Dr. Maharis had hired him when Christine Olmsted had left.
Pardon me?
He didn't hire him. He hired the consulting firm when Dr. Olmsted had left, and we had a vacancy for that services. Al had brought in Dr. Navarro to kind of help fill that gap. And then since Dr. Maramontes has been hired, that wasn't needed, but he is helping with some of the program changes and things we're looking at for the Access program.
What's his contract?
Off the top of my head, I honestly don't know.
Is it under $500,000, under $250,000?
I honestly do not know.
Okay. Do we have a contract with him that we can see?
We have a contract with his company, with a company he works for, yes.
Okay. Could you get that to me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then the under the same object code, Cal Hope Mindfulness and Wellbeing Project, is that a continuation of the same project?
It is, and so that grant is actually through Sacramento County office, and so we are a recipient. So this is the funds that we're spending with that.
Okay. Under object code 5851, these are new programs here: Stop School Violence, Project Sunshine. These are new?
Yeah, so STOP is new, and so again, and I think Ms. Hendrick referenced it earlier, included in the board book is that list of entitlements, contracts, and grants. And in there, you'll see in there the STOP program. It's highlighted. Let me find it here for you. It's highlighted on page 6 of 11. And we have multiple STOP grants, but you'll notice it here highlighted in this like a light pink color, $140,000, $143,038, and the contract period is October 1st of 23 through June 30th of 24, and that's for the STOP program. The other item listed here, Project Sunshine. So these were expenditures tied to current contract funding, current contract funding to develop a 3-year plan for developing instructional strategies and pedagogy. And this is also, should be listed in here.
Project Sunshine?
Yeah, Project Sunshine. This may have been one that was it wasn't a new funding source, but it was a increase in funding. Because if it was new, we would highlight it and include it as this pink color, and I don't see it on here. So this is probably just an increase in the
An expenditure?
Are any of these grants require board approval?
No, and if you remember, they all are posted on our website now, so you could actually go in and click on those and receive all the background materials also. And so we do still have an arts and music block grant that needs to come to the board that we've been, I think, waiting to see if the governor's going to pull it back. Yeah. And because we also have ESSER funds to send, but that one is one that you will be seeing.
Okay.
Thank you. Trustee Barkey?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Sparks?
No, I mean, I just was looking also at the other service contract, the 7.396, and then for the first budget, and then the 7.7. That's a lot of money for those other service contracts. It'd be kind of nice to know where those are listed.
So you're looking at the object code
5865.
5865. Yeah, the three. So at first interim, we were budgeted at 7.4 million roughly. Second interim, it increased to roughly 8 million. It was about 359,000, a little over 359,000 increase. And again, on this one, $168,798 of that increase was charged to the one-time ESSER funds.
Yeah.
And this was actually the final expenditure for the shade structure installation, one of our shade structures. So just the installation piece.
Yeah, but I appreciate that. I was just asking, it'd be nice to know where the list of those other service contracts, the miscellaneous for the 7.4 million and the 7.7 million.
Oh, you just want to list all service contracts?
Right, a list of all those.
Gotcha. Yeah, this is just
Are those listed out somewhere on another page?
You know, I don't think we do have them listed under 58.
No, we haven't. And we could give those to you in the past. I think we did at one time. It's a lot, and
Right.
so but we can definitely give you the detail.
Yeah, I think we'd take a PDF if we don't need to print off all the paper.
Okay.
But if we could see it.
So that would be something great for like the budget study session.
Yeah.
If those are the type of things that you would like to see, that would be helpful for us to know that we could highlight that stuff for you.
Yeah, I just want to know before, so we can look at it before we need to approve things, you know. So I don't want it like at the 11th hour.
Thank you.
Okay.
Trustee Valdez?
Yep. Benny, could we stop with the microphone on and off?
It's so much fun, though.
Could the guys in the video room just stop turning off my microphone? I don't have any questions.
Okay. Thank you for that. So with that, we do need to take action, right? Okay. Do I hear a motion? All right.
To approve the interim report as positive.
I'll second that.
So, yeah, Dr. Williams moved that we accept the interim report as positive, he said, and seconded by Dr. Sparks. Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. I believe we needed to report out of closed session. Is that correct? Should we do it now? All right. I think there's a lawyer lurking around here somewhere. Oh, there he is. Mr. Brenner.
Good evening, members of the board and attending staff. Good to be with you. This is the report out for closed session items 1 through 3. The board held a discussion with council. No action was taken other than to approve Epstein Becker Green invoice numbers 1150527 and 1150528. I also want to take this opportunity to correct the report out from the past closed session items from the last meeting on February 7. At that report out, I indicated that the board had approved invoice numbers 1147237 and 7238. That was an error inadvertently. And the actual invoice numbers that were approved were 1147234 and 1147235. And the approval on all of these invoices, including the 2 from last month and the 2 this month, was by a vote of 5-0, all trustees being present in favor. And that's the report out for the closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you get that, Renee and Drew? Okay, good. Okay. You kind of go a little fast there, Jonathan. That was, but it's all right. Okay, so information items. Let's see. Annual transportation update.
So in your red folder, you have the annual update to our transportation plan. And so you saw that for the first time last year. And you either have to see it annually or we can put a date on it. So we did give it a 2 to 3 year date. And so we use this for our special education program specifically. And so once we do the plan, we're actually are able to receive additional dollars from the state. So that's why it's important to us. And so it helps the district save funds also. So for many years, transportation never received a cost of living increase, nothing. They went like 14 years without an increase. And so now the state does it incrementally.
Even with the gas prices?
Even with gas prices, yes. And so, but now you have to do this very long report and you have to show your increases. And so our staff does do that. So that new plan is in your packet to look at. You don't need to approve it. We just have to show the plan. And then the next one was the Memorial Day contest. And so I did email. I've only heard from one person that you'd want to do it. I'm assuming you would like to continue it. And then
now, who was the one person?
You.
Oh.
But you did say you're pretty sure Ken wanted to do it.
Yeah.
So
you never ask a question you don't know the answer to. That's
I'm sure, yes.
That's an old lawyer rule, right, George?
And so in the past, you have wanted to do a certain dollar amount or something. So I was just wondering what the board's wishes were on that.
Well, I didn't want to speak for all of us. I'm sure we want to continue that. That was my assumption. So
I think we could each just send you what we want rather than publicly announcing.
Okay, if you could just give me an idea, because the prizes we give will depend on that. Staff, the cabinet also gives money towards that also. And so I just want to make sure we get that number correct. So if you get a chance, let me know.
Okay.
And so.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's it that I have there. I have some other items when we go to announcements, but it's up to you.
I was just going to ask one thing on the transportation plan. I believe we got the that whole streetcar deal in Santa Ana about it should be operational at some point, and I know there's some schools along the way. I don't know. Can that be? I think what's the one school that's right there? Nova, right? I don't know if there may be others, but
maybe. So for us, this is for our special education. So these are normally have aides on the bus with them, and usually will ambulatory or non-ambulatory students. So probably wouldn't help for us, but I'm sure will help for other things. And I think for our access program, that would be awesome too.
Great. So please continue with your announcements.
Wednesday, April 3rd is the next board meeting. That means the submission deadline is March 20th, and the board packet delivery will be March 29th. And so also there is a National Alliance for Public Charter Schools conference in Boston, Massachusetts this year, and that is from June 30th to July 3rd. And so if anybody was interested in doing that, they could let us know as soon as possible. The board meeting is July 3rd, so we just have to keep that in mind. And then the other item I have is we have received a complaint regarding a charter school. And based on this complaint, the board has to choose who investigates the complaint. And so it is a complaint about whether the school is accepting students fairly. And so the board could assign staff to do it. We can have our attorneys do it. You could have your attorneys do it, except for Mr. Rowland would not do this one, is my understanding. This one, no. I asked her the question. This is for Orange County Classical. So I just need the wish of the board of how they would like us to proceed.
Is that something that we would ask our board council how to proceed, though? Is that something we should
You could if you wanted to, yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Do you need an answer from us, like, right now?
I can send it to your board council. Yes. Well, I think you didn't want to see it, actually, so that's my question.
We can't, like, tell you next month, though, at our meeting, or it's got to be?
I think
maybe we could have if it's the will of the board, they could toss it to the executive committee and we could make a decision for the board.
Without giving any substance to the complaint. Thank you for keeping that away. And you just let us get back to you in a day or two.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. Any other announcements?
That is it for me.
No, okay. So let's go to, are we now going on to legislative updates? Do we have any legislative updates anyone knows of? Any committee? Nothing. Any other committee reports? No committee reports? Okay. So well, I guess we'll just go to the board member comments. I'll start with Trustee Parkey.
The only thing I have to comment is I attended I believe it's the state of the city and the district for Garden Grove Unified, and I saw Dr. Miramontes there, so that was lovely. And it was a great program. Hundreds of people were there. As a matter of fact, after dinner, I literally ran to my car because you have to leave via electronic gate, and I didn't want to be behind 593 people. So, but it was a lovely program. They did a great job. It's a great district, so I really enjoyed participating in that.
Terrific. Dr. Williams?
No.
Nothing?
Nothing to report.
Okay. Dr. Sparks?
I just wanted to congratulate our gentlemen for their election victories.
Yes,
I believe they're victories, it looks like. And I gave everyone some chocolate, so.
Yeah. Congratulations, gentlemen. We're glad you'll be staying around.
Yeah. That's all.
Thank you. Trustee Valdez.
Earlier in the public comments, we had a gentleman comment about donation limits for candidates on the OC Board of Ed. I view that as really a very political issue. It's not appropriate for me to comment. I have a response, but it's not appropriate for me to make that here. So he should know that. I also wanted to mention that at the last meeting, I know that it's basically our policy to allow people to come here and say whatever they want. I think that's something that we do, but we allowed a comment at the last meeting that was after the board comments. And I don't know if that's a policy issue or not. You know, maybe we have to draft a policy on this, but I don't think a public comment should happen or be allowed after board comments.
If you notice, we moved that around this meeting because of that instance. We don't have public comments at the end of board meetings anymore.
Oh.
So we took care of that.
Oh, okay.
All All right.
I'm not part of the executive committee, so I don't hear about
That's
this.
okay, sorry. See, we don't, yeah.
Well, Lisa went and jinxed it, talking about the election. Good grief. But
Well, I have to congratulate the gentleman.
well, thank you. I was looking at my phone here. I think something like, let's see, 273,000 ballots, according to the registrar's website. In Orange County, still over 273,000 ballots left to count. It's always amazing how long the process goes after election day of counting ballots.
You can mail it election day, so and mail's pretty slow these days. You used to get it the next day, but now you might take 2, 3, 4 days to get the letter. So
yeah, it really has become election month more than election day.
Yes.
So, but yes, yesterday we did officially have the election, and I didn't want to jinx anybody, but I wanted to congratulate George and Ken on doing a great job and appearing to have gotten reelected. We'll see how the vote gets certified. So, but it's a pleasure to serve with you all, and I wanted to thank as well the voters of the 4th District who have let me sit up here representing them. So, fingers crossed. It looks like I'm going to be around another 4 years. So hopefully that works out. So.
Woohoo!
Yay. And anyone who's ever stood for office knows you don't get to, it's really tough for one person to talk to tens of thousands of voters out there. So there's always a lot of help you get, and so there's just too many people to thank, but obviously it's always you feel like it's a team effort, and so just thank you to those who helped me out there. It seemed like it was raining every time I wanted to go out there walking door to door. It started raining.
I agree. Yeah.
It's like God didn't want us to walk, I guess.
It's been a rainy season.
We did get out there a little bit. So anyhow, I also wanted to mention I am going to be, in case I didn't mention this out loud, I will be up in Sacramento on May 1st, that board meeting. I'll be in Sacramento that week for a work conference. So I hope to participate remotely, but I'll ask Vice President Sparks to run that meeting, and we'll try to do it that way. Okay?
Well, I guess I'll mention just as a warning, if my daughter delivers on time, she has a June 30th due date, I will probably do the July meeting remotely. I have purchased a ticket for July 1st, July 7th, and July 9th because I don't want to, right before July 4th, have to get an emergency ticket. And I don't know why she thinks she's going to be late, but she is due June 30th. So if she delivers on time, I will do the meeting remotely, and I'll give you that address.
Great, that's helpful. I was glad I didn't have to leave the meeting early because my daughter-in-law is due. With twins.
Oh, wow.
So she is now going to have a cesarean on Monday unless something happens. But they've been texting me, so that's why I've been checking my phone.
Okay.
Well, congratulations
Yes,
and
that's
good luck on
exciting.
that.
Is that
deal.
first grandbabies? No.
Number 3 and 4.
Okay.
All girls.
Oh, wow.
Congratulations, Renee. So we will stand adjourned until Wednesday, April 3rd, 2024 at 5 p.m. here at 200 Calmuth Drive in Costa Mesa. See you then.
Thank you.